pitch.
with
But
the
really,
new ball.
all in all, it's just a sensational-looking piece of road. Whether you're left-handed or right-handed, there's not much to talk
very useful
about.
component in the Sri Lankan.
We've seen from that partnership of Williamson and McCullum, they are in a good, healthy state to kick on and get more
Already
runs
you can
today.
see a difference from how this pitch played a couple of days ago.
New Zealand in a
Not a
strong
lot of
position
bounce,
to
not a
kick
lot of
on.
carry
Well,
through to Kumar
those players there
Sangakkara.
will certainly be doing their level best to ensure that they don't.
Also,
it was a disastrous day for
day
Pakistan.
game,
There's
it
the
will play on
birthday
the
boy,
slower side.
Yunus Khan.
When England batted the other day, it was
37
under
years of
lights.
age today. Now we're starting 4 minutes early today because
With a little
play
bit
was
of dew,
called
it
off
tends to
yesterday
slide
at
on a bit
5:16.
more.
The scheduled close of play was 5:20.
That's useful.
Because it was a Friday.
Hook jumps
So,
all over it.
As a result of time lost.
Yes, he picked it up
before the
well.
close of
It
play
was
yesterday.
short,
It's 91
almost
overs to be bowled
stood up
today.
and
So we're starting
just
at
pummeled it away.
6 rather than 10 o'clock. The two batsmen,
That will
Kane
give him some
Williamson
form of
nearest the
confidence.
camera, and Brendan McCullum
When you're short of runs, you need
furthest away,
some
making
early
their way out to the
shots
middle.
like that,
198 they've added
boundaries.
so far. Pakistan, a different day,
Matthew's
and they'll be
certainly not
hoping
happy with
for a
himself.
different result. Time now
Not a
to
length.
join our first
Should be
commentators for the
bowling
day.
at Angelo
Danny
Matthews'
Morrison,
pace on a pitch
Basit
like
Khan.
this.
Yes, on pitches like this, you really need, from a batsman's point of view and also a bowler's point of view, just know what the right length is. So Matthews, and in fact, the whole
Good
Sri
morning,
Lankan
everyone.
team would have
Welcome into
taken a
day
lesson out
3
of that delivery.
of
Just
this
can't
third
bowl
and final
short.
Test match
And
between
maybe not
Pakistan,
that
the
short,
hosts
but the
here
ball
in the
just stood
UAE.
up on that occasion.
New Zealand on tour. They've got some T20s and some one-day internationals
Much
to look
better
forward to after this Test series. Williamson 76 in 0, Cullum 153 in 0. It was in a way somewhat poignant. Those two should get some runs and play with freedom as they did against Muhammad Tala and Ali and co. Spinners came in for a bit of treatment in light of Philip Hughes. Both the men in the middle
Nicely played.
played
Just
alongside
working it
Philip
into the
Hughes
gap.
and against him. All sorts of different levels. So
Runs off the third over.
New Zealanders
England
put on
13 for
198.
1.
Time to rock and roll for day 3. It's a very good looking surface. I mentioned at the pitch report just moments ago that there were some chunks taken out of the pitch, but that's really from the batsmen pressing forward. You were watching yesterday both McCullum and Williamson wearing half and half spiked batting shoes. When they press forward, little chunks came out, but it doesn't concern them in terms
Moeen
of
Ali
the pitch
already
where
in
the
the
ball's
pavilion.
landing because it's too full.
Trying to go over the top, cleaned up
Later
by
on, the rough areas will start to wear a bit more, but it is, as I say, only the start of day 3.
And a leg slip for Ian Bell, still to face the ball. Deshan picked up the wicket in the last ball.
More solid stuff, and immediately runs down the ground.
Long on, deep mid-wicket, the two fielders outside
Williamson.
the circle.
I think that has gone for 4. Zulfikar, not the quickest. Is he, Basit Khan? Good morning to you, Baz.
Morning, Danny.
In the
Morning,
air
all,
again.
200
Slightly
partnership
through the
up
shot.
with that
Slightly
back
early
foot
through that
drive
shot.
from Kane Williamson.
Ian Bell
This
did
road
make
to
too many
bounce,
runs in
stood
the
up
previous
tall, and
game.
he smashed that down the ground. Minimum of
He would be looking to
first
try and
really, it's
make
just
amends
just a
there
bounce
for a
again.
while. Dilshan
Just driving on.
making a valiant effort.
What a good shot that is. That's probably the most difficult shot to
Someone
play
who
off
would go
fast
for
ball. A
anything
back foot drive
against
straight
high
down the ground.
standards.
This will be buys, wides in fact.
He had brought up the 250 as well
Leg buys, correction.
for the Black Caps.
Still not a lot of turn for to the
First
Kraken.
turn at bat, taking off. See, off the pitch, a very eagle eye will the umpires. Now, batsman playing a stroke and then getting off,
Milestone for Ian Bell.
running of up the pitch and running in that area where it's
150th game.
dangerous in terms of
The fifth
umpires in
Englishman
their
to do
areas.
so before play today.
And bowlers and their follow-throughs to get
A
out of
fresh
there.
cap for the
Otherwise you
champion
get a
batsman.
warning, second warning, and then you're off. More authority from Kane Williamson. And Mohammad Talla, who's
Dilshan,
returned to Test cricket,
bowling first with the new ball gives
There's a battle.
the Sri Lankan captain Angelo Matthews a lot
Again,
more
too
options with
short
his
from
bowling.
Talla, just sitting up to be hit, just that short of length, and
To work it with the spin.
he's hit that.
A little bit of
just past
spin
mid-on.
here.
He has so
One
much
must
time
not
to hit
forget
it.
that this pitch
Really
was the one
straight,
used for the
semi-pull
first
shot,
ODI.
not complete pull shot, but
It might be somewhere.
he's just punched it past mid-on and it's raced away. Talla needs to pitch it up.
More runs.
Now mid-wicket in, but he still needs to get that length right.
Mr. Pereira will haul it in. And he'll have to settle for 2. 17 for 1 at the end of
the
4.
handshake there for the 200 partnership. It's New Zealand's first ever 200 partnership stand versus Pakistan in Test cricket for any wicket versus this opposition, Pakistanis. 206 and still going strong from just 225 deliveries. Williamson going into the 80s. Serious partnership, this one.
Play was delayed. The start of play was delayed by an hour
Possibly
and 15
changed
minutes,
the
and hence revised playing
complexion of this
conditions.
test
Match reduced to
match.
45
Massive.
overs per side. Power play would be
Wants the
mandatory
strike.
1 to 9.
Hustles
The
through
batting
for a
power
quick
play of 5
single.
overs will
There's
remain, but
Williamson,
unlike
keeps
in
the strike.
previous
It's
games or previous
258 for 1.
occasions where you need to complete the batting power play by the 40th over, you need to complete it by the 41st over. Maximum number of overs per bowler down to 9. Even the first ODI was delayed by an hour, but in day-night games you do have an extra hour that you can add on. Hence there was no reduction of overs, but in day games only 30 minutes which are allowed to catch up on any time that might be lost.
Yes, Russell, this game now virtually bathed in sunshine, and this was really not what it was almost 1.5 hours ago. One really thought that we wouldn't get much play. But, the ground filling up, and the bands have struck.
Rahat Ali is going to start from the far end of the ground.
Lights can be used if required, even though it is a day game.
Short and pumped. More of Kane Williamson in the thick of it.
Running the fingers
Started
over that
off with a
ball
hiss and a
very
roar this
early in the
morning.
game.
Goes to 89.
What we'll see a lot.
Just where they
today.
left us last night. McCullum
Yes, the
rolled
slowness
out,
of the pitch
Williamson
has something to do with it.
again, so
You see
short.
there was no carry at all.
Not learning, just
Almost
too short
went
again.
on the second
Stands up
bounce
and
to Sangakkara.
almost on the front
Angelo
foot, and
Matthews
he's
taking
hitting
a lot
it
of
way
pace off
in
the ball
front to
for
square
150
as
to
well.
104.
Pakistan need to learn and learn fast. Misbah knows that.
Gets it through this time.
Yes,
He's
Ashar goes
timed
back
it
now.
really well.
So
He'll
Williamson
pick up
takes his
4 even
time
on this
and
slow
pulls
outfield.
away, and he's going to have a little look at
Cook looking to get aggressive,
back.
and
Wrist
that's a
spinner
good
is,
sign
going
because
pretty much all the
it's
way
not
out there
sort of
to
put
look
off
on
by the
fence.
slow deliveries. That time nicely into the shot.
Glorious
It's
stuff.
very much in line with the ball.
Backwards,
Earlier
square
on, we
drive.
saw
He
his
goes into
head
the
falling off
90s with a handsome
at
stroke.
times.
Consecutive boundaries here.
Probably the quickest delivery that
Lovely
Angelo
shot this
Matthews
time.
bowled.
Rode the bounce, just hitting it past finer of
Much
point.
easier for Cook to hit through
And
the
it's
line.
raced away.
No slip in
Perfect
place,
start
short
for
extra
Kane
cover.
Williamson. But what a poor start from Pakistan. They've already conceded 4 boundaries and all of short pitch bowling sort of back of the length. Okay, with 17 runs already, and
Two
Kane
boundaries
Williamson
already for Alistair Cook.
is pulling away.
Man on a mission. In a hurry. And it's a much better line and length. Rahat Ali props forward, and the surface, as you're saying to
So just the
Mez's
one boundary
Rifle
off
and
that
Tucker,
over.
the
In the
umpires
5,
out there,
England are 21
and
for
skidding
1.
on that much more. It's had that fraction amount of moisture in it when Pakistan batted on day one, but the breeze and the sun is out and it's dried it out, and it's coming on so much better now to bat on. There's a hurry is Williamson. And Brendan McCullum, I would like to bring this to you very soon when we can.
Dilshan will continue.
Roll this in and play it for you at some point.
150th ODI for Ian Bell.
Brendan
Needs
McCullum
another
statement
101
from
runs.
the New Zealand Black Caps.
Become the second English batsman.
In light of the tragedy.
Go past 5,000
Philip
ODI
Hughes'
runs
passing.
after Paul Collingwood. Uses his feet and adjusts really well. Won't go for 4 though.
Fielded.
Yes, he looked to go down the
On behalf
pitch
of the
to
Black
try
Caps, want to
and
make the
made it on
following
the half
statement.
volley, but
Our
found
focus at the
Dilshan
moment is not on our
just dropping his
performances.
shot,
It's
but
all
just
about
look at
Phil.
the way he gave
We're
himself room.
heartbroken for Phil's
There was
family,
good balance
Greg,
in the shot he
Virginia,
played.
Megan and Jason. No one should go through what you guys are going through right now.
Through the offside.
We're reaching out to Phil's family, Michael Clark, the Australian boys, medical staff, fans, and all who have been affected by Phil's passing. We're also
another
reaching out to
catcher.
Sean Abbott. We're all in our thoughts,
15
our hearts, and in
yards from
Phil's
the bat.
case,
He's already got
our
the slip.
memories. Cricket is a
Keeper now
sport,
comes
but the
in
cricket
to
community
choke
is
the
a
wicket.
family. We're here for you. We're
Dilshan
thinking
picked
of
up
you.
Alistair Cook the previous game.
Yes. Heartfelt time here.
Plus plenty of
UAE as
England
well.
fans on the ground, a lot
266
of
for
English
one.
flags on the tiers up there. This ground filling up, and no doubt we could expect a lot of good cricket.
Very good player of spin, Ian Bell. Yeah, it was interesting the other day, the very first over, Alistair Cook was hit a couple of times right in
Now,
front.
Brendan McCullum is
300s and 3150s to Bell.
First 2 overs have gone to Williamson, who's rattled along to 93. It's a time for the New
Reviewed it
Zealand captain.
both occasions, got
Nice,
got decision overturned, but when Dilshan came on,
how is that missed?
got hit low.
Has he hit it? There's a massive
This time
appeal.
turn.
That delivery
He's
would be
saying leg
looked
buys. Do
with
they
a
want to
great deal
go
of interest by all the
upstairs?
spinners.
It tailed in and
That
missed.
did turn
The stumps,
sharply,
yeah, not
bounce.
surprised really. There was movement here. First ball
Now the
that
batsman
McCullum has
will have to
faced
start
today, and it's a
thinking.
fuller one, finally.
Because until now,
from
most of the
Mohamed
balls
Tallah.
with the angle have been coming in
Looks
to the
useful.
left-hander.
Suss this one
And they
first,
don't
that's
need
all
every
good.
ball to turn.
So
But
legitimate
if you can
delivery,
One to spin like
tails in,
that. Start creating those doubts.
deceives. Cullum,
Cook
length,
just chips it
Height.
in there, and he's very lucky.
he's hit
He
that.
didn't find
He's got a
his
little
timing on
inside
that
edge
occasion.
this.
27 for 1.
And so, going to go runs. Here we go. See on the single. Yeah, big inside edge there to me. So, change that decision. Yeah, I think that's why it did so much. That's why I thought the first time, real time, how did it miss the stumps? Got an inside edge. I blame Paul Rifle. Just enough of an inside edge and a bit of a tailing in delivery. So he's going to have to change that to runs, I think. Just going to get confirmation. And they'll go to, yeah, change a decision.
More spin.
4 runs. There you go.
Rangan Herat being
So that's
introduced
the
into the
beauty of
attack. Last ball of
technology,
last over.
Bazikan. It's modern days.
Cook looking to take
Yes, and the
control,
beauty of
not
pitching the
finding
ball
his
up,
timing,
that's
and
the
I think it
first
worked in
ball.
his
He's
favour.
pitched up today.
With Herat coming into the attack.
And it's tailed
Changing
back,
the
a little bit
commentary
of
box.
reverse, and
So Ian
almost
Botham,
got through
this was
McCullum,
Shana
who
Bising.
was so brilliant yesterday. But it's given leg buys, and that's why I think they were persuaded to go for
Thank you,
the
Russell.
review because
27
it
for
was
1.
given leg buys.
England
Big
haven't
inside edge, and
at the
it's
blazing start they
gone to the
expected,
boundary.
at least with Moeen Ali, who gave us all the
Well, so
entertainment in
close.
that first game with a brilliant
Yeah,
100.
the naked eye, you can
But he's
see
been
why
lost.
Rifle gave that.
But Alistair
leg
Cook and
buys, so
Ian
close
Bell.
together. Those ones you jam.
Rangan Herat
Hand
at ease.
inside edge close. Decides to, I've had enough of this already.
Slicing off the
This
outside
one's
edge.
been fatted
Good morning,
for
Ian.
6. Second
Morning.
ball he's
Morning,
faced
everybody.
today. Thanks for coming.
Sun is out.
4 than a 6.
didn't like the bat and
morning.
pack together. He
Results
wanted it
disappeared.
way out in
Burnt
front.
off.
I think
Have a look at
good
this.
day's
He's
cricket.
come down the track. First ball, missing his leg stump. But this one almost
Ian
hitting
Bell
us in
and
the
Alistair
commentary
Cook.
box.
You reckon the right
What a
combination at
start
this
this
stage for
is.
England?
Boundaries galore and right in the middle.
One's number 3, so there's not much choice, is there? If you lose a wicket, in comes number 3. So yeah,
There's some strike.
There's a debate. That's something to
Take
be
cover
discussed.
up there.
The team selection for this game. I'm a little surprised that Ben
9-6,
Stokes
he's on the
has been left
charge
out.
again.
Find
More
that,
timing.
quite strange.
And,
Swan game, and
missed
yet
it.
Stokes.
He flagged
bats,
away. He
bowls
knew
and
someone was
fields.
running round.
The
Teammate
other
coming
question
round
is
there.
when Broad and Anderson
Zulfikar.
come back, is someone like
So
Gurney
both
going to get
these
a look in? I
players,
doubt
McCullum
it.
and
So I'm a
Williamson,
little surprised that Gurney's been kept in the
carrying
side
on
at
from
the
where they left
expense
off
of Ben
yesterday.
Stokes. But
Preparing for the 220s they have in store. They're
Watch and
just
see.
rollicking along.
That ball just sliding down the leg side from
beautiful
Rangan
shot,
Hera.
though.
But
Not a lot of
you could see that the Sri Lankans
this
have
one.
straight away
Moosed. He's come down the
looked to
track
go with
and
spin.
crashed it again.
Last
length
delivery,
to-
just
to
sliding
work
on.
with.
No real
Just till he
turn going
drops
with the
that
arm, so
short of
clearly
length,
missing the
it's
stumps.
gone.
yeah, going well down.
Long off. Well, pretty much
Not
all
been
the way
easy
back.
to bat
There's
on
not a
this
big
pitch.
boundary.
But
To
I
be
think the
fair,
pitch looks pretty good,
here
to be
at
honest.
Sharjah, back
I
to
think it looks a good
the
pitch to me, a
pavilion
good
end. There's one
surface.
of the
It's
smallest
just England
pockets
against
on the
spin.
ground.
England, Moeen Ali was the
Start
man that
hitting
was
them.
the aggressor in the first game. He's gone,
Incredible
so
footwork
they're in danger.
because he's just playing
Spin
with such
quite often.
freedom.
That's a good shot. I don't think it's going to go for 4.
New Zealand players are certainly thinking
Club,
about cricket
so it'll just be a couple, but Bell using his feet going over extra
Just
cover. That's
going
what
up
England have got to do more of.
playing with,
Prepared
almost
to leave the
full
crease
license.
against the spinners.
Certainly, Tala's
Yeah,
thinking
what I
that
meant
this is
was
not
that
cricket.
the
He's
spin
gone
of
for
Sri Lankans
84
haven't really
and he's
allowed
into his
England to
9th
play their
over.
shots. They like pace on the ball, but this was a good
That's
shot. He just came
extraordinary, isn't it?
down the pitch, got to it, and hit it quite high. I'm looking for that slog sweep.
He's
He'll
now
get
9
another
and a
couple
half,
here.
young man.
Lot of work
Gotta
for
get
the
the
man.
length through. It just shows you
The long
in
run
terms of this
that was
pitch,
Dhanika
how it's got
Prasad.
that
32
little
for
bit
1.
harder and drier and skids on that much more for the batsman. 2 sixes, 14 boundaries. He's also gone for 30 dots. Well, 30 top deliveries and all that. Still gone for 84. Stumps, plays fielder. Ends the over, 279 for 1.
This England lineup. Root due in next. Morgan, Butler, Papara, Wokes. And with no Stokes, on the tail.
About Dilshan and Rangan Hera now. Dilshan in particular has been looking to turn the ball. He hasn't looked to bowl it quickly. He's bowled with good loop, but he's got the ball to turn and bounce. That should be a concern for the left-handers. Oh, that came in. In fact,
Another lovely sunny
that
day
was the
here.
delivery that came,
in
just
Sharjah.
kept going from Dilshan.
Forecasters for a bit of cloud to roll in and the breeze to pick up
For LBW
substantially.
here, I think. Sure, I think it's bat. I don't think there's
Very pleasant
cloud
conditions.
involved.
The players out in the middle. And, the New Zealanders finding it very pleasant with bat on ball. 166 for the New Zealand skipper. He's on strike. He'll have a
Certainly
crack at
mixing it up,
Ali now.
Dilshan.
He's got 1 for 32 from 9.
Confused, I think. Some deliveries have been
Run-miser,
turning.
considering what's going on.
And Dilshan has also been able to get the ball to straighten up.
It's a great length. That's a much better length. Yeah, the first 3 overs have gone for 30. Sitting at home on your favourite little couch or lounger. This is Test cricket.
Dilshan yet again very good off his own bowling.
Bats have come back out from the Black Caps.
This is what the
Pakistanis.
Dilshan did to Cook in the first game. That was the LBW just struck on the
The
front
action,
pad, playing
New Zealand players
all over it.
below the silver fern.
That was third time
It
lucky,
has
wasn't it,
been,
for Sri Lanka?
massive
2
shock
reviews
and jolt
before
to
that,
the
both
sporting
good shouts.
community.
And you could understand the umpire making the decision he
Let
did,
alone
but
the
on
cricket
review,
community.
just going over the top.
Seen the wires, Baz, and pictures in newspapers, and on the internet.
That's chopped very
Not
late
just
by
cricket,
Cook.
but football
Will
matches.
run down to the boundary. 36 for 1.
Playing different international sports and having banners up for Philip Hughes. Rest in peace. Hockey Roos. Tributes everywhere from all around the globe. It's certainly been action-packed already this morning. Beautiful strut off the back foot. Difficult stroke to play. That too. Outside off stump.
36 for 1.
Away is Williamson, who's
England
on the
at
charge
end of the
early.
They'll
Against
150th game.
And
Rangan Herath will continue.
Exquisite timing, and then this brute strength again.
Good use of the
aggression from
feet.
New
This is
Zealand
it
skipper.
high. Pereira might take it. In fact, he does. Rangan Herath is struck. Bell came down the pitch, was looking to go over the top. Really the slowness of that delivery, getting Bell, get more height than distance.
Still a bit of shape on offer, and Nazali rolling stump to stump. The ball just
Well, he came down the
back
pitch there with
into
form when
the
over
right
extra
hand.
cover. This time he
Out
just
of all
goes
them,
straight
he's
up the
been-
air,
he's
off
been
the
the
bottom
most
of the
impressive in
bat.
terms of
He knows he's in
economy
trouble
rate
now.
and
He was always in
in
trouble.
terms of actually
Pereira
bowling
takes the
that-
catch, no
that
problems there.
length.
Makes it look
And,
easy. Bell
playing that ball
didn't
to
do
shape
himself, but he's gone.
little both
And the
ways.
spinner is the downfall of another England batsman. Bell goes, he goes for 11. It's 36 for 2.
Just thinking of a maiden, but no. Fifth ball, I've rotated the strike. Absolute joy to watch that unfold after such a sombre day at the start of it. Messages from the New Zealand cricket team, so not focused on cricket and at all. Strike rates, incredible sessions. Day 2 there because of McCullum and Williamson at the crease, and they're continuing. There's a bumper to finish. 280 for 1 here.
Joe Root joins as captain out in the middle. Relatively early in his career, just 38 matches by one-day standards. That's not a great deal. Over 1,000 runs, an average of over 35 and a half runs. Strike rate 79.
Rangan Herath did get the wicket of Ian Bell. No, Alistair Cook will be the man on strike.
Playing against India and Pakistan. That average of
Just
Pakistan
finding the
gone into
outside edge.
50s.
You could see that the England batsman so tentative.
Triple
I
hundred
enjoy
at the
watching
beginning of
Herath
this
bowl
year.
because I think he actually
Lovers will
likes
know.
batsmen to have a go at him. I think he
100
wants them to
Hyderabad
come and take
in
him on.
2010
I
against
think he
India.
responds well.
It's a better length.
Brian, you want to
Protection
work
down
it
the
across
ground,
your pad, you want to sweep me.
within
He
the
doesn't,
V,
nothing phases
rather
him.
than allowing him to free those arms
That's the one
and
that just
loft
slides
it
on.
away as he's done so often. He's had 9 sixes
Short of
in this innings.
Taylor Jayawardene.
New Zealand captain.
And for McCullum, it's almost
easy
like
for the England batsman
last 10
against the Sri
overs of
Lankan spinners.
one
Ian
day
Bell in
in the
particular.
field as well. And
He
long
played
on
one
and
good
long
shot,
off
but he was
out,
attempting to
so
go over the top.
got to be pitching it up, and there is a little bit of shape as well.
We'll show you that
tailing
dismissal
back
after
in
this
now
ball.
for Williamson. They've got long on, long off up.
This is dismissal.
better
Tries to give himself
length.
room. That's
Little bit
right
shape.
off the
You
bottom
can't
of the
afford
bat.
to drop short. We've
And
seen that
simplest of
both these
catches,
guys,
really.
they love the
Pereira's
bounce
never gonna
coming
make
on.
That looks
Saw
simple.
that yesterday when he almost brought down
But
the
well swept
scoreboard
by,
with the pull
Cook.
shot, McCullum.
One from Pereira, 37 for 2.
McCullum past this year has just once he's got to 50, he's gone big. Scored a double 100 against India and then a triple 100. And
So the
it's
power
just,
plays are done.
Whenever he's got that start,
9
he's
overs in this
converted
game,
it and
reduced to
converted
45 overs.
massively.
So England have got to 37 for 2. Wouldn't be too proud with that return in the
Amazing,
first
isn't
9
it?
overs. They've lost their number
When he's
3.
gone to
They lost
50, he's
their
gone on
opener.
to get big scores. So yeah, now he's gone past 50. This time he's got 168.
Swept by
he's
Cook.
making it
Now this
count
might be
because before
taken.
him,
Dilshan strikes.
those 50s.
Alistair
He
Cook goes.
starts the West Indies as
Well,
well.
it's all becoming a little predictable, isn't it?
Convert those.
Cook's gone.
Now here in Sharjah,
He goes for 22 from 37 deliveries.
late in the piece.
Can't
he's got
score,
another
goes
one.
for the sweep.
Boxing Day against Sri Lanka back in New Zealand.
Just, well, he doesn't move. Does not have to move.
Boxing Day
Straight
test
to
match
him.
in New Zealand,
England 37
Against the
for
Sri
3.
Lankans.
Cook gone for 22.
26 to 30th December. Chance to add to that tally, 2014. So very good time of it, scoring centuries. He's got centuries, he's got big ones, triples, doubles, and now this one. Only trailed by 70 on the first innings now, New Zealand. Well bowled and well played. It's 281 for 1.
Owen Morgan is a new batsman. Played 125 games. He's a good strike rate, Morgan. Didn't have a great game the last one, but Alistair Cook, the slog sweeping. Tilakaratne Dilshan, the wicket taker, taking it from outside the off stump down to the man at back with square leg. Kusal Perera didn't have to move, just down his throat.
I hope I hit my wedges as accurately as that tomorrow on the golf course. Did not move, straight down the flag, never moved.
This fabulous partnership between McCullum and Williamson continues. It's on the
Joe
charge
Roach
again.
crossed on that, but let's take a look at
Brendan
the way
McCullum.
Dilshan bowled. In fact, this series, that's to Cook. In
31 the
fact,
partnership.
similar deliveries.
251.
One had him LBW, the other one had him sweeping.
yes, and that last delivery,
Well, he was
Rahat
looking
Ali
to try and get
takes
some
the
runs. It's
pace
just,
off
you know,
and
strike rate of
All
59.
going
We just had a power
strong
play.
at such a
Just simply
rollicking
not good
pace.
enough.
I think that's, as far as I remember, that's probably the first actual slower ball that they bowled. That was missing
Dilshan
yesterday.
certainly bowling with excellent loop. He's not
But,
afraid to
you
loop
have
it up.
change
He's
the
looking to
pace
turn
when
the ball.
it's
Well, Dilshan, 4.3
situation.
overs, 2 for 17. He'll be delighted, Solar's captain.
Oh, some turn for him. It's certainly getting the odd ball to turn, and a brilliant move by Matthews to get him to start the bowling. Boot gets off the mark, but England
131
definitely
and
needed
a
some pace
rollicking
on the
pace,
ball.
Danny.
And
It's just
the Dilshan bowling
it's
is off
unheard
breaks.
of. This
Sides aren't going to do that, are they?
This
You know,
entertainment
against
that
the
they provided
openers,
in
right,
McCullum
Owen Ali, they'll
and
take a chance if he gets out.
Williamson.
If he gets in, you can
All
see what he
guns
can do as he
blazing
did
from
on the
the
first
word
one
go.
there. Otherwise, England's score would have probably been pretty ordinary without that
No better way
contribution
than
from Owen Ali.
send a tribute
You know, it's sort of
to
that innings of Owen Ali
that's
sort of
passed.
wallpapered over the cracks a bit.
Nice channel, but well watched. Get out there and do your thing. Get on the stage and do what you do best.
38 for 3.
Playing international cricket for your country. Keep busy, keep active, keep the mind stimulated. As tough as it is to focus.
For England, Root and Morgan, the batsman,
How's
and the pitch.
McCullum back on strike?
Rangana Herath will continue.
Challenge the bowler up against McCullum now. See a change of pace. First ball, bowler's a single.
Oh, could have been a collision. They were running into each other. Could have
Nice
easily been a run out.
That would have summed it up a
One to
little bit,
go,
wouldn't it?
2 to go.
Start. Watch the running
It's
here.
over.
Now who's going where? Whoops. That could have been very embarrassing. Two bodies in the
Goes for
middle
the
of the
short
wicket,
option.
flat
and
out.
Maybe it's not
running
such a
into
good
each other,
option.
decide
from
which one
Rahad
you want to
Ali.
run out. But
Another boundary. The 19th.
I think that just all
to
stems
McCullum.
from the lack of confidence that's running through the
Terrific
side
option
at the
for
moment.
McCullum though. Short and as usual he sorted it away in front of square. He's so good with that shot, and he's in this innings he's just been terrific there, and bowling is just not learning at all. Really poor sort of bowling that short ball over and over again and getting
it's building
punished over
time
and
for
over
England.
again.
They need to get into a position. They've lost 3 wickets in the 11th over. They still got a lot of time. They need a partnership here.
173 McCullum, 287 for one.
That's a good way to get off the mark.
Well, that's Owen Morgan, and he should be allowed to play, but if he keeps on finding himself at 30 for 3, it's very difficult. He is a dangerous one-day player. And he will play those shots come what may. So he should, because innings from him, an 80, 90, 100 can change the game, and England needs something.
They need somebody to stay there. That's for sure. They've been losing too many too quickly.
Williamson on strike.
Man being pushed down to deep
Short
cover.
delivery. Handsome stroke to go to
because Morgan's
98.
So good with that reverse sweep.
Bit of a quiet little handshake.
That's sensible. He gets a
Minute
single
of
off the last
emotion.
ball. 6 off the over.
Lovely shot.
44 for 3.
And guess what, Danny? Another short one outside the off stump, and it's been smashed. Poor bowling again, and Williamson dines out. Good weight in towards the ball and just riding the bounce and hitting past that point region. Misbah doesn't know what to do. Just tell him to bowl up.
Yeah, might help, mightn't it? Just get a little bit of reverse happening and pitch it up, please. There you go. Easy from up here, Baz.
Having an extended
That's what we
spell
whack
here.
under the super coach and
Into
go
his 6th
downstairs.
over, he's bowled brilliantly.
Hairdressing.
He'll enjoy bowling to
Sort
the
this out.
left-hander. Turn the ball.
Rattling
Also bowling
along
to a
the New
slip and a
Zealanders.
gully.
Keeps supping on the cup of coffee, please, Waka. A bit agitated down there, to say the least.
Well, it's been played for the Hero Cup.
Just to see a few
Powerful looking
smiles
machine. You like bikes
in the
here?
air. And back
Not a
there.
great biker?
I like a little bit more protection.
Goes to 99.
I have to say, the thought of riding a motorcycle around the streets of Colombo, maybe not.
For somebody who's as adventurous as you, I'm surprised.
Yep, adventurous I am. Barking mad? No.
So you reckon on a bike he's barking bad?
No, well, I don't. I
Well,
wouldn't
short,
want to do
that's
it
what
in
happens.
England, so
You're going to
I'm
disappear.
not going to do it.
Against
I
McCullum.
just think motorcycles. I'm lucky. I've never really gone through that phase. Fast cars, yeah.
Another run
Helicopters,
to McCullum.
aircraft, yeah.
Yeah, you're both
Motorbikes,
short.
bicycles,
You're going to disappear on this surface. And up
and
against McCullum, and he's got
bicycles.
his
The man that
iron.
invents a comfortable
Very
bicycle
scary.
seat will make
Yeah,
a lot of
pull
money
shot.
overnight.
You're right,
Right
I
up
do agree.
into the big replay screen. Just
But this
missed
has been
it,
a good spell by
Smashed
Dilshan.
through
I like the way he's
advertising
mixed
boarding.
it up. He's got the ball to turn.
Just below
He's straightened
the
a few
replay screen.
deliveries.
Bowled an odd quicker one,
Some
that one,
timing.
the ball previous delivery, not the one, sorry, the one before the previous delivery. That was just a little flatter and a little quicker, so he's bowled well, and he's made the England bowlers batsmen
Williamson.
think about it. Almost 6 overs to 21 runs and a couple of wickets.
At the end's another good over. Just 3 off it. It's 47 for
Field
3.
in, and understandably so. It's now New Zealand's highest ever second wicket partnership. against all countries. 242.
For 3, 12 overs completed. Not a good start for England. They've lost
a
3
wonderful
wickets.
100 and a fabulous
Well,
way to go to 100.
both of them has gone looking for a
with
bike.
a classic onside Williamson
Who's here with
stroke,
me? Dominic
and
Paul.
they're on their feet.
Yeah, he's not into bikes, is he?
In the
You could
Black
tell
Caps
that.
dressing room to applaud a
And he's
very
gone to look for a
emotional
bike,
time
and Angelo
between
Matthews has
both
gone
these
for another spin
right-handers.
option, and Gento Mendes.
Williamson
Spinners today have been
and McCullum's
England's
partnership
downfall, 47
continues,
for 3, not in a good position.
the other man, Kane Williamson, goes to
I think
100.
the problem with England has
103.
been their tentativeness against
Fantastic.
spin.
It's two.
Maybe the fact
97
that the
for
pitch
1
is
now.
dry, and maybe the spin factor working in their mind, not really looking to come down the pitch, not really looking to attack them, just allowing them to dictate terms.
Well, I think that's the problem. They've allowed them just to settle. They've not been in any way looked to get after the spin. You see that with good players, and I must say good players, people like Mahalija, Wardener, people like Sangakkara, you know, go back, people like Steve Waugh, Ricky Ponting, Brian Lara. Even when they're not scoring boundaries, they just look to just hit it in the hole and get off strike. And that builds momentum. And what are you seeing here is an England side who, you know, let's be honest, they are still
yesterday.
getting used to conditions.
All very emotional and all.
They should know about Sri Lanka, but I mean, they haven't played cricket for a while.
Very, very
but it's
strong
just
response.
intense. They need to show a bit more
Technically
intent.
and emotionally.
But the England 50 is up in the 13th over. Yeah,
New Zealand threatening to take this game away from Pakistan very early in the day.
In this England,
This was beautifully
lineup.
done.
Morgan
What
and
a
Root
good,
together.
graceful shot that was through straight mid-on.
Another thing I believe most people are not very happy
Absolutely
about is
smooth.
the
Rolls-Royce
makeup of the
kind
England
of a knock.
first 6. Cook and Bell together has been questioned quite a bit.
Very elegant.
You subscribe to that
well,
theory?
That's a special moment. Brendan McCullum just letting him know
Well,
what a good
I think
innings
England
that
have got a
is.
problem. They've
From
got a
so
problem
many
because
points.
they've got their top order
morning, Mr.
do
Madhan.
not look to be aggressive enough. And I think you heard
Morning,
from
Ramiz.
Siri and
Good
both when
morning,
he talked
everyone.
about Moeen Ali's innings
Brilliant
really
start
papered
once
over a few
again.
cracks. When you've got Alex
Taking up
Hales,
from where
whose
they left
strike
last
rate
night,
is very good,
and
domestically
Williamson
very
getting
good,
his
2020.
800
James Taylor as
in
well. They
37
may
test
have to look
matches.
at changing that.
Fully deserves it. The 4th in Asia.
A single off the last ball. 5 of the over. 52 for 3.
It's a lovely picture, that one, because everyone is emotionally charged. Williamson was very close to the late Philip Hughes, and as such it's a special moment for Williamson.
.52 for 3 England. 3 wickets already gone. Dilshan with 2 and Rangana Harath. Good headway from Joe Root. Quite a warm day here today in Colombo. There's been a little bit of rain if you went with us early. Bit of rain and then subsided and the sun came out. Now into his 7th over, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 21. He's bowled beautifully. And just gone to find Ian Botham to see whether he's found his bike, and Ian Ward has slipped in nicely.
How are you, Dominic?
Well, I'm okay at the moment, 52, 53 for 3, and they're in a poor position. I think that's a little inside edge from Joe Root. It won't go. This outfield is very slow, but it's will collect 3 runs. They need a partnership. Desperate for a partnership.
runs given off the bat. Trial by spin so far, not a million miles away from the gloves of Sangakkara. Turn there past the outside edge of Morgan's bat. Tactics have been spot on from Sri Lanka. I think the fields that Angelo Matthews has set have been very clever. By and large, the spinners have bowled beautifully to the fields he's set. Mr. Cook got a little bit stuck, couldn't get off strike. Tried the big sweep, was a get out of jail and picked out the man.
Cut away by Morgan. Again, the Sri Lankan fielders are able to cut off another boundary. Amazing the atmosphere here. The stadium isn't really, what would you say, quarter full, and there's still a good atmosphere. What I like whenever you go away and English people have made the journey to support England. The atmosphere that builds. It's 58 for 3. Well, 58 for 3 off 14 puts Sri Lanka in the driving seat here in the second one-day international from Colombo. Remember that Sri Lanka won the first day night game by 25 runs.
Good intent from Joe Root, though, using his feet. Been at the crease for 21 minutes. He's faced 12 balls. He's got a sense of what the pitch is doing and conditions. Time to be a bit more proactive.
Well, this is what England want, isn't it? England, as I say, the coach, Peter Moore's there, wants to see how players react under pressure. 59 for 3 puts in Joe Root, it's a young player coming through, but a man who needs runs. Owen Morgan, more experienced. This will be a good test for England. See where we are, or where England are in 50-over cricket. You've seen at the first power play they struggled to adapt to the spin. Cut away. Will it go all the way? It'll be pulled up again just for 2. This is strength of Owen Morgan. Uses pace on the ball, likes to reverse sweep, likes to cut the ball fine as well.
The possible criticism you could have of the Sri Lankan spinners is on occasion to the left-handers, so Cook and Owen Morgan have offered just a little bit of width outside off stump. That's the line and the length to bowl on this pitch.
Three runs from that over, 61 for 3. Dilshan to start his 8th over. 7 overs, 2 for 27. Joe Root that just picks out the Sri Lankan fielder. Ramani, the one that cuts off that single. They've been good. I think the intent from Sri Lanka has been good. They've lost the toss today. They would have batted first.
What they've done is assess conditions extremely well and quickly. Dilshan opening the bowling, so a change of tactic at Moeen Ali in terms of where the field was set. That worked. Realised that spin might be the way to go and just got on with the job. Last shot. Joe Root deep in the crease, just a little shorter from Dilshan. Will bring Joe Root at least 2.
Yeah, he does go deep in the crease, doesn't he? A bit slower from Dilshan. Definite turn.
A turn, when the ball is turning though, I wonder if it's just slightly stopping. Get me wrong, it's still a very good pitch, but I don't think necessarily easy to time the ball. We saw Ian Bell Smith trying to hit down the ground. May just be slightly stopping as the ball pitches and turns. The other thing that comes out of this series, Dominic, is everyone's doing it with an eye to the World Cup. Now, I know certainly England have said they're going to try and win each game and win the series, etc. But these are completely different challenges that they'll be faced with in Australia. 4 spinners in Australia or New Zealand? No.
Another good over from Dilshan, just 3 runs coming from the 16th. It's 64 for 3. So Joe Root and Owen Morgan trying to repair the damage. So Mendes, his 3rd over. And just going back to what you were saying just the previous over about different conditions here, but England will have to adapt to all conditions. And that has been an issue for the 50 over team for a while, is playing in different conditions and having a plan. Just don't think you can just bat and think, well, it's 50 overs, I'll just bat a period of time.
He's got one of those away today, Owen Morgan. It's a very productive shot for him by and large, just on this occasion not quite timing it. Fast with his hands through the ball. Better line from Ajantha Mendes. But Morgan's got to try and put pace on the ball. He's got his extra cover and his mid-wicket quite straight. Morgan's got to go a little bit squarer, therefore across the line.
That's good from Morgan. Picks the aging Harath Rangana. Sure, he won't be too happy me saying the aging Rangana.
Younger than you.
I think he could probably run quicker than him at the moment. Former teammate of mine, overseas player at Hampshire.
Well, good hand. Sri Lanka's fielding was very good in game 1, and that was excellent.
I think they've worked hard, haven't they? You've got somebody like Trevor Penny as a coach, fielding coach. This is what Trevor Penny was all about for Warwickshire in England. Well, it's been good by the Sri Lankan spinners, and another good over under the 17th. 67 for 3, and it's time for a drink. Yeah, 67 for 3 England. They've just had a little drinks break here in Colombo. It's on in the 18th over here. That man Dilshan, 8 overs, 2 for 30. He's starting his 9th. He's been brilliant for Sri Lanka. Definite spin. This wicket. Remember, this is day 2 on this wicket. They played the first one and keeping the same surface for the second one.
Delivery, hint of turn, maybe a hint of inside edge, but probably striking Joe Root outside the line of off stump. Stifled LBW appeal, little inside edge. Just know what Owen Morgan and Joe Root discussed during the drinks break, because they were just starting to get the strike rotating on occasions. A little lull of 3 or so minutes while the drinks break was taken. Got to get up and running again. He's busy. One way of looking at it. Busy at the crease. Slip in place, short extra cover, so Angelo Matthews still wants to attack.
Also rotation of strike, especially now there's a left-hand, right-hand combination. The bowler, it just makes you think and change lines. Obviously with Dilshan now around and over the wicket. Well, a big appeal, and it's whether Steve Davies thinks Joe Root has hit this. He's given it leg byes. And it has been reviewed straight away. As soon as Steve Davies gave it leg byes, Angelo Matthews reviewed.
Well, that was the key. As soon as Davies signalled that it was a leg bye, so in other words, he didn't feel the batsman had hit the ball, Sri Lanka reviewed. Go through the process, check the front foot. That's fine. Root goes a long way across the crease and just tries to paddle it round. You can see leg stump, you can see middle stump. So Steve Davies has said he has not hit this. He's given leg byes. So in his opinion, he's saying it's missing leg stump.
Well, that's why he's given it not out. Now, what the third umpire has to look at to see whether he thinks he's hit it, and then the next one, if he doesn't think he's hit it, it'll go to Hawkeye.
Well, this will tell us. Oh, that looks closer the more you see it. Umpire's call.
So with umpire's call, it should stay on field. So it'll be given not out by on-field umpire Steve Davies. So close though, wasn't it? So close.
Well, you can see exactly why Sri Lanka reviewed it straight away once Steve Davies said he didn't think he hit the ball, because you could see leg stump, a little bit of middle stump by the time Root had finished playing the shot. He'd shuffled a long way across to the offside, saved by the skin of his teeth. So that's the one review gone as well.
God, I don't play anymore, Ian. I'd just be, as a bowler, that's out to me. I understand the process. I think that's out. So another good over for Sri Lanka. They may feel unfortunate they didn't get that decision. 70 for 3. So 70 for 3, England, and that's Tilakaratne Dilshan's end of his spell. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 32. Well, a wide. Nearly got a wicket, nearly went for 4, but it's a wide instead.
Worst bit of cricket we've seen today. Horrible drag down ball from Mendes and a waft from Joe Root.
I'm not sure it's the worst today. Disappointing stuff in that first 10 overs, but this was the last ball of Tilakaratne Dilshan's spell. He thought this was LBW. As soon as Steve Davis gave it leg byes, they reviewed it and stayed on field with Steve Davis. And though you'll see that the ball is going on to hit leg stump.
It's being predicted to go on and hit leg stump. At no point did the ball hit the stump. That's why we have the umpire's call, and that's why the rule is in place. I don't have a problem with that. You do, don't you? But that's because you're a bowler. Simple as that.
I just think if it hits the stumps, it's out.
Didn't hit the stump, Dominic. It was predicted to hit the stump. It definitely did not hit the stump.
No, correct. It's predicted to just hit leg stump. Just the other side of the seam, but it's predicted to actually hit the stump. So for me, it's out, Ian.
All confusion, but they got away with it. In the end, it was weighted just about perfectly. The ball went in between the two fielders and Kumar Sangakkara, who was scampering after it. Just there, Morgan would have thought, oh, I'm in trouble here, but the ball rolled just far enough out of reach of Kumar Sangakkara.
Yeah, partnership building too, and England need a big partnership. 36 off 57. Joe Root just getting a bit frustrated. Just can't get the gap, can he? Nice shot. Only gets one though. Another good over for Sri Lanka. 74 for 3. So this is the partnership England will hope will go on and on. 37 at the moment from 59 deliveries, 74 for 3. Remember, this is only a 45 over match, so 9 overs maximum for the bowlers. Dilshan, good spell. Tassara Pereira, who bowled beautifully in that first one-day international, got a little bit of bounce, a bit of seam movement too. Experienced cricketer.
I thought he was exceptional in game one. Lovely line and length, got a little bit of nip as well up those 3 wickets. Ila Jayawardene is standing next to his great mate Sangakkara, but a distance away from him, almost a second slip. Wickets to go so far for England. Well, 3 of them. First, Moeen Ali, century in game one. Knocked over by Tilakaratne Dilshan via his pad in game 2. Ian Bell looking to take on the man that was stationed at long off, and he clocked it. Good catch coming forward, and Alistair Cook got stuck. Couldn't rotate the strike. Went for the get out of jail sweep. Top edged it. Since then, Joe Root and Owen Morgan have been patient. They've had to be, because Sri Lanka have continued to pressurise with spin and good field settings. 38 this partnership off 61 balls, but they might be a little happier that there's some pace on the ball now. Pereira is into the attack. Difficult time for the England captain, isn't it?
Well, there'll be questions all the time that he doesn't perform. Team not performing, personally not performing. People are going to look at him. Alex Hales can't get in the side at the moment. Know how devastating he can be at the top of the order. Slow ball, and Owen Morgan has just chipped it to extra cover. Piramani, the man who takes good catch low down to his right, and England's problems continue in Colombo.
Excellent catch from Thiramani. Pereira again just hitting the seam, and for the second innings in a row, Owen Morgan has played the ball a long way out in front of him. He did it to Ajanta Mendes and dragged it on in game 1, and he's just chipped one to extra cover in game 2. 17 for Morgan, England struggling, 75 for 4.
Well, it's a change for England. Joss Butler was due to come in, and number 6 for England is Ravi Bopara. This is the end of Owen Morgan, a ball that may have looked like it was a slower delivery. It wasn't. Just maybe stuck in the pitch a bit, and he pushed at it. I'm so impressed with Sri Lankan fielding. Good catch by Thiramani. He'll be disappointed. Owen Morgan again, another failure, 17 from 29, and England in trouble.
The fielding has been absolutely top-notch from Sri Lanka in the cricket we've seen so far. Maybe this pitch is just a little bit sticky. Certainly when the ball has turned, it looks like it may have stopped. That may have just held up in the pitch, or Owen Morgan might simply have just pushed through the shot too early. He certainly did that in game 1. Pereira's good form continues. Wicket in his first over. Bopara at the crease. That's a change for England ahead of Joss Butler. And I must admit, I don't mind this. I don't mind seeing Bopara at the crease, not least because he's in good touch.
One thing I picked up, Ian, the other day, I really like the way that Angelo Matthews captains. I think he trusts his bowlers. As soon as he makes a decision, it's gone with Dilshan, brilliant spell, and then as soon as he's thrown the ball, Sarah Pereira hits the line, the length, and takes a wicket early. The intent, you can just see within the bowl, the way he's running in, the way he's set his field, the way he's hitting the pitch. I think they're a dangerous side, Sri Lanka. I don't think you can think because they're going to go to the World Cup in Australia and New Zealand that they haven't got a chance of winning it. I think they've got some good players. Good players. Great over. Good over for Sri Lanka and Tisara Pereira, 75 for 4. So England in trouble at 75 for 4. Another change by Angelo Matthews. Rangana Harath brought back into the attack. Changing the commentary box. David Lloyd with not his full spectacles on, and Roshan Abasinga.
Thank you, Corky. Yes. England not looking too good here. 75 for 4. A lot of work ahead for the English batsmen. Root and Bopara together. What's wrong with your specs, David? Something happened?
I've had an accident with them. They've fallen apart. Side bits come off and the lens is broken. But I can still see. They may look hideous, and I know they do, but they're necessary.
Was it an explosion or what?
Well, it seemed that way. I was just cleaning them and they just disintegrated. They just fell apart. Side bit come off and some glass missing, but I can see.
The runs fine for Bopara. Might be off the pad, I think. But useful runs at this stage of the innings. England need that momentum. They need that momentum, but they lost too many wickets. That's the problem.
Matthews has been terrific. He really has. Right from the first 2 overs, bowling spin. Dilshan into the attack. Arath into the attack. Mendes into the attack. We're going to hit you with spin. I think he's been terrific. Particularly with Cook. I know you can't hit over the top, so I'm bringing mid on and mid off up. I'm going to get my infield really tight so you can't knock a single. There is nowhere to go. England in the first 10 overs, 10 singles. That's all. 81 for 4.
I think a lot of work ahead for England as a batting unit. We did discuss it with Ian Gautam about Hales being left out. And also the fact that young all-rounder from Durham, Stokes, not playing. Oh. 81 for 4. So 81 for 4, England needing a move on here. These are Pereira it is. As we know, it's been a pretty sad few days, and one of Australia's young heroes, Phil Hughes, sadly lost his life, and Sri Lankan players and English players did pay their tribute to him. A book of condolence was signed earlier on by both teams and the officials. It would have been 26 years tomorrow. In fact, Bumble, the Sri Lanka team are carrying this book with them to Australia when they go for the World Cup, and this condolence book will be handed over to the family of Phil Hughes as their gesture, as their way of showing their condolence to the family and to the Australian public. Their way of saying we're sorry. And the lion flag at half-mast is another way of respecting one of the fallen cricketing heroes.
Clipped into the leg side. It may not go for 4. It's a slow outfield. Just words can't describe your sorrow. The family has had a champion son taken away. And then the cricket world hurts. The cricketers that are playing cricket now around the world will find it very difficult. Spare a thought for the teams and officials who were involved in the fateful game. All the players, all the officials. But it was really sensitive from James Sutherland of Cricket Australia. Talk about the grief. paused and said, cricket will move on. Take time, but cricket will move on. These two teams will find it difficult, the two teams that are playing now.
What about young Sean Abbott? Man who caused it, or at least not willingly, not intentionally. But how will he live with it?
Well, it's all the players that who were on that pitch, and the officials will need help, support, guidance, and I'm sure they will get it.
Yeah, it's a very difficult time for the cricketing family, no doubt. And the Sri Lankan board, the Sri Lankan team, the Sri Lankan fan stands with the family and the Australian public. Driven beautifully through extra cover. What a way to end the over for Ravi Bopara. 4 off it, 8 in the over, 89 for 4.
Nick spin again, Harath, in 4 overs, 1 for 18. Partnership is 14 from 15. Ravi Bopara led a lovely shot through extra cover. England's first boundary for 11 overs.
Two here. Root has been looking to push it around rather than really blast the bowling.
There's a skill in one-day cricket, and I would always look at Jayawardene, Mahela Jayawardene. It's just such a slight man, tiny man. Wonderful wrist play. Plays with his wrists. He has that mental picture of where the fielders are not. England can watch that. I think Bopara can do it.
Now this is high, but it's going to fall safe. Some aggression shown by Root. Good piece of fielding. That's Ajantha Mendis on the boundary, saving a single for his team. But Root really looking to take on Rangan Hera, trying to bring in some aggression.
It's a function a couple of nights ago, and Herath came and chatted with us. He is tiny. I thought he was one of the waiters. He came chatting to us. He's tiny, man. Lovely bowler. Great flight bowler.
He's certainly an old-fashioned left-arm spinner, Bumble. Works with those subtle variances. Spins the ball a little bit, has that lower arm. It's so difficult to get away because he's accurate. That's his virtue.
With his action, and I don't care what the weather would be like, if it's hot and 45 degrees and humidity up there, if he bowled 30 overs, he wouldn't take anything out of himself. He's got such a lovely rhythmical action.
.94 for 4. 94 for 4. 23 overs completed in the England innings. Got to work for England with the World Cup coming, Bumble. The Sri Lankan batting lineup, of course, looks quite settled with their experienced players, and Kusal Pereira looking good, and the likes of Thirimana at 6. Some young players waiting in the wings. But what about England? Do you think they're settled with this lineup, especially the batting?
I don't think they are. It's worked away into the leg side. Another welcome boundary. Joe Root this time. 33 from 42 for Joe Root. They will say that they are. The team would say we know what our best team is, but I know that England supporters would question that. That you'd start, certainly in my opinion, in my view, in Australia in a World Cup, you start with the word dynamic and then pick 11 players.
Do you think this is about the best available batting for England, or is this their squad of batsmen they'll pick from?
Well, the squad, I think the squad is there. You'd look at 2 players, and of course we all know that you're a better player when you're out of the team. Having said that, Hales and Taylor deserve a run. The other thing that I would offer and suggest, that times have changed, and you'll know exactly what I mean, that back in the day, before central contracts, if you were out of form, you didn't play. And particularly in a one-day game. I can buy, going into a test match, Geoffrey Boycott, into a test match, I'm not in the best of nick, but I've got a lot of time to get myself into nick. You can't afford that in 50 overs. You can't have time to play yourself back into form. I don't see any other world team. That's 100 on the board for England, 100 for 4 in the 24th over. I can't see another world team at the top of the order with a batsman who is suffering and struggling for form, as our captain is. Our selectors have to look at the present lineup. Are they the best 6 one-day batters in English cricket? They obviously say they are.
Oh, great fielding, tremendous fielding. Tilakaratne, Dilshan at point. What an asset he is.
He shouldn't do that. He's 38 years of age. That shouldn't be allowed.
But it's just what he does.
He should be pensioned off. He's brilliant fielding.
Absolutely. He adds so much to the team. Ball in hand or bat in hand or simply by fielding. He also can keep wickets, don't forget. The 100 for 4. Well, England will need a move on here. I don't think 185 will be good enough. They need to get anything close to 250. Need to challenge the Sri Lankans. Only thing about this pitch is, if the weather stays, the chances are that if it will get drier, might get slower, might offer some turn. Now, the Sri Lankans have played it quite well, and they're just bringing on their leg spinner, Jeevan Mendes.
This is perfect for Sri Lanka. And I mention again the role of Matthews, the captain. He sussed it out. England are not great against spin. I'm going to hit you with spin on a worn pitch. And you're dead right, 250 would be good for England. We're certainly not going to get that 320 that we got in the first game. So they've got to keep the nerve, England. There are 26 overs to go. They've got 6 wickets to play with. Can they get to 250?
Oh! Now, how will England cope with this flighty turning deliveries? Now, that's going to be their question.
where they're going to look to score, and the field is set deep, but deep long on, deep long off. Mid-wicket is a saver there. He may get two here, Joe Root. Long enough boundary out there at deep mid-wicket. So again, you look at the field that has been set with 5 fielders, including a catcher, at slip. Are they able, against leg spin, to just knock it around? Can you get your ones? Can you get your twos?
Oh, that's good bowling. That is the way to bowl. It's a no ball. Now, will you believe that? That is a no ball, which means it's a free hit. Jeevan Mendes, who's not a big man, how has he managed that?
These are great fun, a free hit. Front foot. Oh, he's not the bails off. He's not a front foot no ball. He can't overstride it. A little chap. He's just not the bails off. I would have loved to have a go at a free hit. I'd probably have blocked it or left it. What would Jeffrey have done with a free hit?
That's a good question.
Yeah, believe in that. Believe in that one.
Well, this is what happened. I think it's not, yeah, definitely he just dislodged the bail, so there's no question of a free hit. But he's done a fin. Dislodging the bail. Good question. What could Jeffrey Boycott do with a free hit? Nicely off the back foot, just behind point. Just a bit of width from Jeevan Mendes. He's trying to bowl it a little bit quicker and he's dragging it down.
I think it's so important, and Mapara did it there. Just open the face of the bat. That's wrists. You play with your wrists. Keep mentioning Jay Warden and Mahela Jay Warden. Wristy. The lad from India, Kohli. Beautiful player, particularly in one-day cricket. Plays with his wrists.
Jeevan Mendes hasn't really got into his groove. He's dropped a few deliveries short. He needs to try and get the batsman on the front foot, give it a little bit more air, loop it up, get that turn. Pass down the leg side. Might be called a wide, is it? Not, in fact, it touched something on the way. Was it the bat? Sangakkara got very excited. The 108 for 4. This partnership looking good for England, 33 of 34. Now let's take a look what happened the last time. They're looking to sweep. Nothing, it touched nothing. It touched nothing.
Change of bowling, captain comes into the attack, medium pace, starts his 4th over. Leg spinner Mendes going for 7 in his first over of leg spin. No slip for Matthews, so Jay Warden has gone out of that slip position. He usually camps in there.
Once again, he's defying his age. 38. Talking about how unique Dilshan is, Bumble. You were telling me he was the only guy. Captain kept, open the bowling, open the batting.
He is, he's the only one. Open the batting, open the bowling, kept wicket, captain. And you know what they say, age is just a number.
At least in the modern context. Maybe 30 or 40 years ago, age could have been a factor. But then again, when you remember Brian Close opened for England at 45, Wilfred Rhodes played at 52, and Brian Close and John Edridge against those fast bowlers.
Jack Hobbs scored 40 centuries after the age of 40. Gracious.
How long did you go on playing?
Far too long. I finished when I was 36. Not a moment too soon.
You shouldn't have, because I watched you hitting Muralidharan for some sixers in a game recently.
That was about 5 years ago, and I know he will be listening. Biggest hits there's ever been against him, and not one straight through a car window. 2 in 2. He'll be listening. Murally, he'll be tuned in, I'll tell you. Magnificent shots. He couldn't bowl. He has to come off. He said, I can't bowl at this guy.
Well done to you.
I've not played since, I could tell you that. I'm dining out on that. Never playing again.
You got something to carry with you, Bumble. Another single. 5 of the over. 113 for 4. Root's looking good. He's on 40 or 54. Bopara is going to be the key here. Well, they got Butler to come in.
Let me mention Mahela J. Warden again. Look at Root. 40 from 54, 1-4. He's knocked it around. Played sensibly, played with his wrists. Now he's got to, what he's got to do, Joe Root, now is to think, I bat the innings, I bat 50 overs. Just keep playing, knocking it around. Increase your tempo later on. Keep building this partnership. There's so much of this game in one-day cricket, and particularly batting first, is have a clear mind. Method. Know where you can score. Know where you're vulnerable. What are your percentages? 2 lads in the middle, and you build your partnership and you push the field back. Let the fielding captain do a lot of thinking.
This is good batting. This is very good batting. Sensible, because they're trying to score at least a single of every ball, which is the right way to go, and also making sure that they're picking their gaps. Ravi Bopara is turning out to be so handy for England, just occupying that vital number 6 in a one-day lineup. Played brilliant innings that last one-day game. Once again looking good here.
Very good cricketer, Bopara. Thinking cricketer in all forms, test matches also. Remember him in test match cricket, got 3 consecutive centuries against the West Indies. Had a stop-start career, which is probably unfair.
Looking good, Joe Root. He's been the key here. He has to really, as you said, David, bat through this innings, bat through the 45 overs. Let the others bat around him. The 117 for 4. $117 for 4. Angelo Matthews will continue. Continuing here, Dominic Cork and Russell Arnold.
Well, a big appeal, and this is straight and given out. Looked like it was a simple decision for Steve Davis. They'll have a chat with Ravi Bopara. Will they review it? No, he's decided not to. So a big wicket again for Sri Lanka. That partnership was building. And it's the captain, Angelo Matthews. Ball that just hits him just below the knee. Go on and cannon into middle and leg, and he knew, didn't he? Big wicket. Rid of Joe Root for 42. England now in trouble, and it's Joe Root who'll be disappointed. 117 for 5.
Josh Butler, the new batsman. The highest run getter for England this year. High score of 121. Made in quick time. He can hit the ball. Showed signs of taking Sri Lanka apart the other day. But he's out there. Well, make up your mind. Joe Root playing all around it. And once again, Angelo Matthews. Change of bowling has worked. He's been swapping it around, not letting the batsman get used to a particular bowler or the pace by bowling far too much of spin overs. That's a big one. Sri Lanka need to keep chipping away to control England.
Well, it's a wide ball. It's good from Angelo Matthews. I like that. Straight away, just saying to Josh Butler that this isn't going to be easy for you, and it's going to bowl line in length. Not a great looking card for England fans out there. It was Root and Bopara who were trying to put it back together. Bad start for England. The inform alley goes to Dilshan.
It was a long chat between Butler and Bopara when Butler walked in. Trying to keep his nerves calm. There's another 18 overs to go, including this one. A lot of damage can be done if you get yourself in.
Well, they've got to think of two things, haven't they? They've got to make sure that they give themselves enough time to get used to the surface, even though they played the first one on the same wicket. But also give themselves the opportunity to get England to a score which they can defend. What that score is, they'll have to judge as soon as they get to the out there.
Sitting here, what do you think that score is?
Well, I think minimum they've got to try and get to 220, 230. That will give them a chance.
Break it down. Bat till the 35th over, knock it around for 3-4. Gets you close to 130, maybe even 140. 80 runs from there in the last 10 overs with two set batsmen. The caliber of Bopara and Butler with walks to come. Well within your reach. 6 and over from here gets you to 222. Initially, England need to get a score to stay competitive from here on. Pitch slow down as the day goes on. A little bit more wear and tear might come in. Gets off the mark. Batting power play also up their sleeve.
I'm not sure that they want that yet. Have to take it 36th overs. I think they'll be happy just to try and build a partnership of some sort. They're doing that with Opara and Root. They'll be disappointed to lose Root down to these two.
So 3 runs and a wicket in that over. It's 120 for 5. Overs remain. Regular wickets, that's what's hurt England. Of course, showed signs of trying to build partnerships. I must say, the time Morgan spent out there, the time Root spent out there, they look good. Played good options, and the shot selection pretty good. But you have to keep that going for longer. You don't consider yourself as in on a pitch like this. You have to stick with those particular options that are working for you. Bopara also looking very good, very confident, compact, playing late.
Been brilliant from Sri Lanka all day. The fielding, the bowling, everything, the catching. Crowd appreciating. A big crowd here, but they make the noise.
They're always noisy, great atmosphere here. Chipped in the air, Mendes bails out, Ajantha Mendes. Talk about the noise. I'd rather the horns were not used.
Well, I think he timed this a little bit better than he wanted to. He nearly went all the way out to Ajantha Mendes. Is at long off. He'd be disappointed if that would have carried all the way.
Early call, and he's running to the danger end. Ravi Bopara makes it easy. Be busy. Never easy for him, Ravi. In and out of the side on more occasions than not. But he's not letting it worry him. Shown great temperament on the tour so far. Butler wants a quick one. And he gets it as well. This is good running. Good understanding between these two.
Picking the right fielder as well. Ghana Harath is the man who's at mid-on. He's set deep on the circle. Beats Angelo Matthews is at mid-wicket, and it's a simple run. So 4 already off this over. It's a good over for England.
Stays at 4. It's 124 for 5. 24 for 5 after 29. Batting power play, that block of 5 overs remained. So if it was a 50-over game, batting power play needed to have been taken and completed by the 40th over, because the overs have been adjusted. They need to complete their batting power play by the 41st. So that's up their sleeve as well. Good from Butler. Best place to play yourself in from the non-strikers end. Pressure's off, and let your partner do a bit of do the dirty work for you.
Well, yeah, well, Ravi's been there some time now. 21 from 26. Remember that he scored 65 in that first one-day international. Couldn't get England over the line. Was the last man out. Good catch. Ferreira in the deep. Also Ferreira, good catch to finish it off. And that man on your right, Trevor Penny, work hard on fielding. He was an exceptional fielder himself. Played a lot of county cricket for Warwickshire, right-handed batsman, but in the field, backward point where Dilshan has fielded so well today was his position.
He's just joined the team. Trevor Penny, that was after the Sri Lankan tour of India, in time for this particular tour. Mavanathapat to the head coach. This would have been first tour as head coach, but of course the Indian tour came up. Trying to get his team in order. P.L. Wijayatunga works with the spinners. And your mate Jeremy Snape joined the team as well.
Yeah, Jeremy Snape, born very close to where I'm born in Staffordshire, near Stoke-on-Trent. Played a little bit of cricket under 14s against Jeremy Snape. A lot of county cricket against him as well.
I came up against him 1992. Played against him under 19 cricket. Known him for quite a few years. .30 overs bowled. England are 126 for 5. Bowlers used. No Damika Prasad, the front line seamer, he's not into the attack at all. Beautifully bowled. Wonderful loop from Jeevan Mendes, getting into dip on Ravi. So a wonderful comeback. Jeevan Mendes not played for Sri Lanka since 2011. Finished the innings off in style. Bowled well. It's outstanding in the field. Always considered very talented cricketer, even in his school days. But more known for his batting.
Well, it looks like he's got a lot of control. One thing I picked up first one day international. Perhaps slid the ball on this time. There's a bit more grip in the surface.
Sangakkara. reading the play. Very good running. Ravi's come back for 2.
Anticipation, isn't it, by Kumar Sangakkara? He pulled off a catch like that in the first one, the international. One went lower and hit him on his pad. This one a little bit higher.
Sanga goes again. But cannot stop Ravi getting off strike.
I've actually seen Paul Nixon of Leicester do that, and I've forgotten which batsman kept sweeping, and he let a ball actually go. So instead of going to sweep, he actually let it go. Paul Nixon's on the leg side, and he went for 4 byes, which then stopped Paul Nixon from running across. So maybe Ravi, just to think, if the ball's outside off stump, actually just let it go.
Not on these occasions though, because the couple we've seen were pretty straight, Corky.
I'd be leaving it, and my off stump would be knocked out.
Ravi wants a single, and he's picked his fielder. Ajantha Mendy's very slow in the field. We've had 31, it's 130 for 5, and the players will have a drink.
The side at the moment, how devastating he can be at the top of the order. Slow ball, and Owen Morgan has just chipped it to extra cover. Hiramani, the man who takes good catch low down to his right, and England's problems continue in Colombo.
Excellent catch from Thiramani. Pereira again just hitting the seam, and for the 2nd innings in a row, Owen Morgan has played the ball a long way out in front of him. He did it to Ajantha Mendy and dragged it on in game 1, and he's just chipped one to extra cover in game 2. 17 for Morgan, England struggling, 75 for 4.
Damika Prasad, he's had a drink and he's ready to bowl. Leading the attack for Sri Lanka in terms of seam, and he gets his first over in the 32nd over. Sri Lanka have used a lot of spin options. Butler on strike. Extra pace working in the favor of the batsman.
Ball straight away, isn't it? Josh Butler finds it a little bit easier against the quicker pace of Prasad. 5 overs, 1 for 51 in the first ODI. Took the new ball with Angelo Matthews, conceded 6 fours and 1 6. So he was expensive. Took the wicket of Josh Butler in that first one. He bowled him inside edge.
Keeping it simple is the way to go. Bowl wicket to wicket.
Russell, I know this is probably a question you want to ask me, but when you look at that lineup, what do you see as a Sri Lankan? Do you see a team that can post big scores regularly? Would you like to see a change? What would you change? If I put you in control of an England team, became coach, what would you change?
Wonderful line. The approach, I thought the approach was poor today. Initially you need to think of whoever the personnel you have. Right at the top, the first 3 batsmen did not assess the conditions well. They tend to continue from where they left off, probably assess the pitch on how it played under lights a couple of days ago. I thought they went very hard. Their options, the scoring options were wrong. Cleaned him up. And what a change. Another change that Angelo Matthews has made works for him. Brought Tisara Pereira on, got a wicket. He brought himself on, he got a wicket. And he brings Dhammika Prasad on. And
well, it's a similar dismissal. Same bowler, same batsman. Inside edge in the first one. Again an inside edge onto the back pad and goes on to the stumps. Matthews works his genius again as captain, and it's Josh Butler who goes to 7. England now in desperate trouble. 132 for 6.
pressure on England. Pressure on Ravi once again. He's running out of partners like he did the previous day. Chris Walks, probably the last recognised batsman in this lineup. Of course, there's Treadwell. And then Finn and Gurney. Brilliant line bowling. Just where the coach would ask any fast bowler to bowl on any pitch, just around that off stump. If it jags around, you either bring the inside edge or the outside edge into play. Javardhana, he's now moved into slip. Moving a bit just off the seam for Dhammika Prasad.
Well, we saw that, didn't we, in the first one-day international. I think that Sri Lanka out-bowled England. This is the first ODI. A ball again that it gets Josh Butler to try and work down to third man. Gets inside edge. This one a little bit fuller. Very good from Prasad. Brought into the attack and spot on line and length.
Very good over from Dhammika Prasad. 132 for 6. Even Mendes to continue. A lot of work to be done. 13 overs remain in the innings. Looking at that English team, won't pay too much attention to the bowling side of things because, of course, there's Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad to come back in. It's the top order that you need to look for. Of course, approach is one thing. But if you look at personnel, I'd like to see Alex Hales in there. Now, who does he come in for? That's the question.
That's been my
Well,
question.
we got the skipper right at the top who hasn't really expanded his game. Good player. He might be useful in Australian conditions because you just don't want to be losing early wickets. 10 overs, 1 for 40, 1 for 45. You can get there. I think the openers have done their job. Cook still might have a role to play, but when you talk about your individual game, really hasn't expanded at all, whereas most other players have. Having a Morgan is very useful. That middle order, get him feeling good. You know how dangerous he can be, so not very sure whether I would leave him out. Got to look at the senior players. Decision to be made. Ravi also has not been a regular, but he's doing everything right to make that spot his own, isn't it? 38-year-old keeps throwing himself around.
I think he must have had some of David Lloyd's pills, the way he's diving around.
.135 for 6.
Well, England will want that minimum 6 and over 207 to give themselves a slimmer of perhaps victory here in the second one-day international. They still have the power play, which is 5 overs. But just picking up before that break, Russell, you talk about the top of the order. My problem is you've got 2 players in Alex Hales and James Taylor who played a lot of 50-over cricket domestically this year for Nottinghamshire, and they did very, very well. England players don't play a lot of domestic cricket, so never have the chance of coming out of the international arena to practice their skills. And the highlights, you know, when people are in bad form like Alistair Corky and Bell, it highlights it even more at international level.
Bit of late swing. And no signal from the umpire either, so would that go down as a catch?
Well, it has to be a drop catch, yes. I think Steve Davis asked Chris Wokes, did he hit this? There was a definite sound, but I'm not sure he's got an edge on that. I think he's hit the ground.
For once, I agree with you, Corky. Superb. Bit off the seam.
There's definite seam movement there, and will take a little bit of encouragement from that. Only a little bit. When you're sitting 137 for 6, you look for little signs that could help you out. Well, you've seen seam movement, you've seen spin. England just need to get a score. If they don't get a score, Sri Lanka will win this very easily.
And that could even mean looking at trying to get up to 200 rather than the 220 or the 230 we spoke of earlier.
They'll take 200, and they'll take 200 when they see this sort of footage where it shows just how much the ball has deviated off the seam. Morkai just showing that the ball hadn't deviated straight on. It isn't hitting the stumps. This one came back in, similar to the way Josh Butler was out in that first one international. Ball a little bit shorter. Encouragement for the England seamers. Remember, Stephen Finn is into the side, so a little bit more pace as well.
The bowlers who'd hit the deck much harder.
Yeah, you've got to run in with intent to hit the wicket. And that's one thing I will say about Sri Lanka. Coming out of that series against India, criticism within Sri Lanka about how they bowled, how they batted at times. What I've been impressed with is somebody who watches a lot of cricket in England domestically is how Marvin Atapatu and Chaminda Vass has got his players with Angelo Matthews. When they're thrown to the ball, they're right on it, straight on their lengths, straight on their lines, and that makes a big difference.
I wouldn't be too critical about Sri Lanka's performance in India. Yes, disappointing, but judging by the circumstances and where the players were at, I don't think it's fair to be too critical of them. But you learn a lot in defeat. You learn more when things don't go your way than in success. And they're showing signs of having picked off on areas that were weak, especially the fielding. That's all you can ask for from a team.
Well, you're right about you should never criticise any team that loses in India. It's a difficult place, and like they were a late replacement for the West Indies. But they're certainly showing that they're a talented side with the likes of Mahela Jayawardene, Umar Sangakkara, Tilakaratne Dilshan bowled beautifully already in this game. Man of the match with the bat in the first as well. Angelo Matthews is in great form as captain and a batsman as well.
Another very good over comes to an end. Not yet, because there are overthrows, and Bopara will keep the strike. 138 for 6 at the end of 34. Eleven overs remain. Rangana Herath replaces Jeevan Mendes, replacing Dominic Cork. Myself in the commentary box is Ranjit Fernando and Roshana Vissinga.
Thank you, Russell. It is at this stage of the innings that the batting team, batting first, would be looking to try and consolidate. They would be expected to have things under control, but it's the Sri Lankans who have been able to put the pressure on the England batting. It's Rangana Herath to continue. So they've just been concentrating on their singles, and wickets have been tumbling at regular intervals. Herath has bowled well to the right-handers, and that's really where he's good at. As you would see, those clusters of deliveries all in good length areas. It's been all near perfect. England has not been convincing at all. They've really not been able to get things moving. Batting power play is to come, and the question is, would England have the resources? Will they have gathered enough momentum to try and make use of it, because that's probably their last chance. Sweeps. Cover down in the deep. Angelo Matthews, he's shuffled his bowlers exceedingly well. And what a situation it is to be in when you have so many options. Turn. This really is something which we've seen on these pitches. Does this so very often at times, and keeps doubt in the mind of the batsman. Good use of the feet. Mr. Singles, the boundaries seem to have dried up for England. "11 overs, we've not seen a boundary from England." That goes to show the amount of pressure that the Sri Lankan bowlers and Matthews has exerted on England. One more single. 5 of the over, 143 for 6. So 35 overs have been bowled and the mandatory power play has to be taken. And umpire Steve Davis, he signals it. So Dhammika Prasad, he's the man who's got the ball. And how well he's bowled in this situation. He didn't get the new ball. It was up to Dilshan to take those initial overs. But Dhammika Prasad seems to be in great nick. Once again, good fielding by the bowler. And this is an area of Sri Lanka's cricket, I think, which been very significant in this series. The fielding by the bowlers, not letting those singles go through. And how often have we seen that in this, in these two matches? Bopara, he holds the keys in this England batting. Would he run out of partners, or could he take them through to a reasonable total? 200, for instance. Swing and a miss. Just looking to try and force the pace now. He's been in very good nick, just that he didn't get his foot close enough. .74 balls since the last boundary. Sri Lankans have been absolutely marvellous on the field. No doubt the slower outfield gives them more opportunities to get close enough to the ball, but they've been outstanding, which is in big contrast to what happened in India. And again, their support staff deserve a lot of credit. Trevor Penny, no doubt he's been an influence, and also the other fielding coaches. Just looking to penetrate that offside, just unable with the ball. Very good. The Sri Lankan fielding had been absolutely brilliant in the last one, and here again. Dilshan, 38 years old, and he's flung himself at almost everything. Seems to be just maturing, getting better and better all the time. It's been outstanding with all those people on the ring. It's usually said that if you have 6 good fielders in your team of world-class quality, you certainly can stop a lot of runs in the ring during these power play overs. Tucks it away. Still dealing in singles and a no ball. It's a free hit of a height, beg your pardon, so it's not a free hit. Steers it down to the third man region. Prasad certainly has been using this older ball much better than he has done with the newer one, getting some reverse swing as well. Outside edge. Oh, that was an effort which went wrong, but they'll be disappointed because their fielding standards have set high standards. First boundary in 78 balls in 13 overs goes to show the extent to which the Sri Lankans have put pressure on England's batting. End of the over, 6 of the over, 149 for 6. Range to the batting power plays, 149 for 6 England. They're just striving to get those big shots in. But the Sri Lankan bowlers and the fielding had been absolutely tight. Welcome back, Roshan.
It's Rangan Herat bowling at a difficult time, but when it's a difficult time, power plays are never easy to bowl. But with England at 149 for 6, he should be really fancying his chances here. Ravi Bopara, what a vital player he's turning out to be for England at number 6. He wouldn't get a run here, but how vital is number 6 in a one-day side, and how would you want to pick your number 6?
I think it's probably one of the most pivotal positions in the one-day team, because you really need a player who's capable enough of giving support to the top order and also carrying an innings right to the end with the tail. And Ravi Bopara is certainly the man that England's picked out to do this. And I would reckon that is the right choice.
That's England 150. It's been slow going for England. It hasn't been easy. They did win an important toss, but the troubles against spin, those 50s haven't really set the world on fire. Look at their time. That's not really good news for England looking towards the World Cup.
Yes, I think England really has to make some adjustments at the top of their batting order and tinker around with that, because the problem has been that, not that they've been losing early wickets, it's just that the players who have sort of been batting at the top have utilized a lot of overs with little return in terms of runs, and that's been a problem. And then in the get out, there's a lot of added pressure put on the middle order.
Good use of the feet, good aggressive intent by Ravi Bopara. Loves him a single. Just running hard with the shot, that's the right way to go. And England need runs almost of every ball, at least singles. They can't be hoping for boundaries, but what they need here is they should just forget about the batting power play. They need to focus on batting the 45 overs. Tell themselves that they still got 8 overs after this one. They got 4 wickets in hand. Sensible. Another run. So 4 off the over. 153 for 6. Just 2 batsmen really having a good stay in the middle, Joe Root and Ravi Bopara. Bopara again for the second game, but the rest of the batting has been the problem for England. Ajantha Mendis is back. 4 overs, none for 15. He hasn't got a wicket. But these are the type of bowlers that Sri Lanka will try and look to. These are mystery bowlers who can always create pressure.
Roshan, we spoke about England's sort of preparations towards the World Cup and whether they've got the right combination going. See, as far as Sri Lanka is concerned, I'm not quite sure whether Sri Lanka really has got sort of a team virtually sorted out for Australian conditions. To my mind, what they've got out here, the 11 playing here, is ideal for conditions where the ball's keeping low and also coming through slowly. And all these all-rounders, the half all-rounders in terms of Jeevan Mendis and Rangana Herath, Dilshan, would I think be ideal here. But as to whether they have an attack which is going to keep runs down and contain sides on Australia is something they'll have to think hard about.
Nicely driven. They'll be looking for a couple here. That's a very good piece of fielding on the boundary. Excellent work by Jeevan Mendis, is it? Or is it Kusal Pereira? I think it's Kusal Pereira. Or Jeevan Mendis ran around. That looked a boundary. The timing was perfect, but good commitment.
See, top-class fielding is really a culture, and it's infectious. We've seen tucked away. He might get 2 for this. We've seen Dilshan, who's been throwing himself about and showing that a senior player like him is leading the way. So it spurs the younger fielders, and we see that very much in evidence here.
This has been sensible batting by England. They haven't looked to hit boundaries, but they've been looking to get those gaps. So far, 5 runs in the over. Ajantha Mendis is not an easy bowler to score runs off. His strength has always been the lines and lengths he bowls. He can be very, very tight. Tends to mix it up. Bowls the carom ball, has the googly. Doesn't really bowl the conventional leg break, but tends to use his fingers a lot. That sometimes makes the batsman completely misreading.
I haven't had a look at his fingers, Roshan, but they must be very, very sturdy and strong because there's so much of a load on them. And at times, probably the fact that he goes off form, maybe that they get weary.
Yeah, quite possible. You need very strong fingers to try and flick a 5.5 ounce ball, and that's exactly what he does sometimes. It's not easy. Start with you need long fingers, you need strong fingers. Oh, an under edge. Useful runs here. Might go all the way, in fact. I just beat Mahela Jayawardene. In fact, it does. Good effort by Jayawardene. Couldn't make it. 10 runs off the over. That has to be a boundary. I think Jayawardene confirmed it was a boundary. Good effort, ran hard. And there you are, he's confirming it's a boundary. So it should read as 163 for 6. Another look. Good effort, but the ball just beating him into the boundary. 163 for 6. .163 for 6. Now the last 3 overs have been quite productive for England. Nicely driven on the bounce. Rangan Herath still being used in the power plays, having his mid-off and mid-on up. Good use of the feet again. This time he'll... No, he doesn't. Ajantha Mendis. For a moment, I thought the timing was good. But Mendis is fielding at the edge of the 30-yard circle, ensuring that the ball didn't beat him. Take a look at this. Also the sawdust. But he ensured that the ball didn't pass him.
These are really the good signs. Mendis is not the fastest or the swiftest. When he comes into the party with the fielding, I think that's the sign which Sri Lankans have been waiting for.
The Sri Lanka attacking with a slip, with Vokes on strike. Very fine bowling by Rangan Herath. Not afraid to flight the ball. He's looking to tease the batsman with his flight, trying to get whatever turn he has on this pitch. The odd ball has turned, Rangan.
Yes, I think that's really what, in fact, has kept a lot of the English batsmen back at home rather than using their feet and getting close to it.
Having that mid-on and mid-off in. Once again, straight to the man at mid-off. Loves him. Just had enough time for a single because he was at the edge of that 30-yard circle. But Herath is looking to bowl with that mid-off and mid-on inside with Bopara on strike. That's a sign that he's looking to attack him. Want him to come down the pitch, try and take him on. Right to the man. 166 for 6, 3 runs off the over. So 6 overs to go in the England innings. Ajantha Mendis. Once again, another couple of runs for Ravi Bopara, who's played a very sensible innings. He's made 44 of 62 balls. Now this is an interesting comparison of boundaries. Now the first ODI comes out in red and hardly any, the blue one today. Those blue lines are the boundaries in the second ODI. So you could see that the boundaries have dried up for England. Sri Lanka have done well here. Hardly any boundaries. In fact, it's just 8 so far. Now this might be out. Has to be. Oh no! Angelo Matthews ran in. For a moment I thought he had it covered. And I get the feeling that he had an eye on Thisara Pereira, who was coming in from fine leg. That could have been a reason.
Yes, I think to a great extent that was the reason, because there was doubt in his mind as to whether Thisara would go for it or whether he should continue. And that slight hesitation, I think, prevented him from getting close enough to cup that.
Bopara really looking to try and get some runs here. Really showing some urgency. He's already got 6 runs of the first 3 balls. Well, he should have been caught. Angelo Matthews. Take a look at Matthews here. He's also looking, possibly looking at Pereira as he came in from the corner of his eye, and that I think prevented him from getting underneath the ball or getting to the ball quicker.
This pair has put on 41 runs in 49 balls. Again, England still have a slim bit of hope here because they've got two players who've stayed together. Bopara is on 49, Vokes on 15, and sort of they have that opportunity to try and push the score along with boundaries in the last 5.
This has been a useful partnership, Bopara in particular. Now, one short of yet another half century, but what England needs is support at the other end. Oh, he's gone. He is gone. Now, this is poor cricket by Vokes. Just what he shouldn't have done. You have a batsman set at the other end, and what would you do as the last recognized batsman? Try and support your established batsman. I think the third umpire wants to take a look at Ajantha Mendis' stride, but that was a poor shot, right? That was a very poor shot.
Yes, I think he went down the crease, premeditated, I would think, and sort of Ajantha Mendis looking at that telescoped interest of his. Just look at Ajantha Mendis' foot. Oh, that might be close. No, I think he should be all right. I think there is that very, very minimal amount behind.
It's a tight call for sure, but I think he's landing, some part is landing on the line, so it should be all right, but it's a tight one. It's a very tight one. Look at his stride. Ajantha Mendis is a tall lad. He has a long stride. Well, that is a tight call. It's a very tight call indeed. Either way, it's a tight call. He's given. The third umpire thinks, though it's tight, he's all right. It's a legitimate delivery, but Vokes should really be kicking himself. He's made 15, stopped Sangakkara of Mendis. The 173 for 7. James Treadwell is the new batsman. He doesn't have a great record in terms of batting. Average under 10, strike rate. Really, nothing much to talk about for a tail ender. Has a best of 30, but the thing here is that Bopara needs somebody to bat with him. Gets off the mark. Treadwell, it's 174 for 7. Bopara is on 49. He's at the non-striker's end. 5 overs to go. Ranganahera at the tees. We can take a look at that wicket of Vokes. That looked the wrong one. That was definitely the attempted wrong one from Ajantha Mendis. Bopara comes on strike. But Look at Vokes just coming down the pitch. This was the wrong, and he was yards down the pitch even before the ball was delivered. And was just stumped by a countryman.
Bopara just short of his half-century. See, this really is the role the number 6 is expected to play, to in fact try and extend this innings as much as possible with the tail. The last time he was left without partners.
Well played, Ravi Bopara. Very well played indeed. He's held the bottom half of the England innings. In fact, his third half-century in the last 4 innings. He's got back-to-back half-centuries. He's just proving to be a vital cog in this England batting wheel.
What a fine innings this is from Bopara. Your number 6 has to be judged in terms of the way he's played rather than the rate he scores runs or the number of runs he makes. How useful this is in England's cause.
Sri Lanka will look to try and attack James Treadwell. Batting at number 9, 9, 10, 11. Sri Lanka will want to try and dismiss England quickly. Runs for him. They'll be looking for 2 here. In fact, just a single. Ball didn't travel as quickly as Treadwell expected. The ball just sliding up an outside edge. Bopara needs to take as much strike as he can here. They got 4 overs and 2 balls in the over, which means 26 legal deliveries remaining for England. Bopara needs the bulk of it. Another single, easy single. In fact, Treadwell had to hurry. Now, what happened there? The ball hit Treadwell and deflected onto the stumps. Now, what were the fielders appealing for? It can't be obstructing because it can't be willful. Only other thing I can think of is a run out because the ball deflected, hit the stumps. Did the bails came off? Let's take a look. Hit the back leg. Well in, but the bails did come off. So maybe the Sri Lankans were wondering that he was obstructing, particularly Mahela Jayawardene, who's slightly square, wouldn't have seen the line he was running.
Yes, I think it was more that because the Sri Lankans probably thought that his bat wasn't grounded and that he probably was looking to sort of get away from the throw, and that was the inquiry.
Now let's take a look. This is from an angle. Well, he's well in, so it has to be not out. So quite rightly, not out is the call. So no question of the batsman being out there. Now this is a bold shot by Treadwell. Will give him a couple of runs to end the over. The 180 for 7, 41 overs completed. For 7, 41 overs completed. We're into the last 4 overs of the England innings. Take you through Nick Knight and Russell.
Thank you, Roshan. Ajantha Mendis. Played really well for his half-century, Ravi Bopara. Third 15 his last 4 international innings. But this time finds a fielder. He had to make a move with 4 overs to go.
Yep, he doesn't want to move right now because he realises just a yard either side and it may well have gone for 4 or at least runs, but he picks out Matthews at mid-wicket, he was well placed. He's had an excellent day as captain. He's right on the edge of the ring. He knows that Ravi Bopara is looking for a boundary. Very clever from Matthews. Good sharp catch. If England had hopes of getting up to and way beyond 200, perhaps not now. Ravi Bopara, though, has played an excellent hand. 51 from 69, 180 for 8.
We're down to the bowlers. Stephen Finn back in the team today. Did not play the first ODI. Replaced Ben Stokes. Got a job to do. Bopara looking for the boundary.
Almost trying to hit it down, isn't he? Right there with his head bowed, thinking, why didn't I just go with it and up and over? So he's played really well, and he's played well in both games. So something for England to be encouraged about moving forward. Their batting has been poor. Today it was pretty good, thanks to Moeen Ali in the last game. They're going to have some work to do for sure with the ball. Stephen Finn, good to see him back in the side. He'll have to be accurate on this pitch. I think there's not a lot of pace for him.
Leg slip and a slip in place for Mendes. Of course, Ravi had to make a move. It's that time of the innings. And cleaned him up. Ajantha Mendes has the knack of picking up wickets. Third one for him today.
Just subtle variation, isn't it? Not dramatic turn either way. But Stephen Finn plays outside, I think, the line of the ball, and it's coming back into the stumps with the aid of the inside edge. Too good for Stephen Finn. So 200 now is way off. Goes without scoring 180 for 9.
Number 11. Harry Gurney is out there. Third wicket in 6 balls. Not picking the wrong one. Angelo Matthews brought in 2 fielders. At slip and leg slip. Pretty straight. No reviews available for the Sri Lankans.
Oh, he thought about it, didn't he? Steve Davis had a good long look. One review available, so they've used that up. Yeah, I reckon that's fair enough. I think that was probably just sliding down.
Double wicket maiden for Ajantha Mendes. It's 180 for 9. Certainly was a good toss to win for England. But the 3 wickets that were lost early did put England under pressure. Good fight back from Root and Bopara, but left with far too much to do. Officials of Sri Lanka cricket. And D'Silva there, Nishanta Ranatunga, the president, Jayanta Dharmadasa. Prasad's back, 3 overs, 1 for 11. Thought that was a good short spell from him, brought in at a vital time by Angelo Matthews.
The seamers have bowled really well, haven't they? Just bowled back of the length. Keepers stayed back. So, England have been very static in the crease, allowed the bowlers to hit the length. That's pretty much the length that they've been hitting, but just with enough width there for Treadwell. What's bare bones here? What can they get away with, do you reckon, Russ, here? They need 200 as a minimum, or...?
I would have thought 230 would have kept them interested, but right now you have to go with Sri Lanka as favourites to knock them off. But you never know. Teams have defended much less and have also conceded victory when they've scored a lot more runs. But average team total batting first at the Premadasa in day games is 217. Sangakkara cannot get to it, so Treadwell gets away with another one. The 217 is average score out here because of the slowness of the pitch, and it changes because at night it skids on to the bat. Early wickets will be crucial. That will have Sri Lanka doubting.
That's right. Alistair Cook said to me at the toss that he felt with Stephen Finn in the side, remember Finn has replaced Ben Stokes, a slightly better balance. I guess from that what he means is Ben Stokes is more of a all-rounder. He'll come in and bowl overs, say 10 to 30, whereas Finn presumably will open the bowling. The 4 to miss out. Ben Stokes nearest to the fan, and Chris Jordan, James Taylor and Alex Hales.
More runs, useful runs. Treadwell wants to come back.
Got the knack at the moment. They're getting not enough bat on it, or just enough. These Sri Lankan fans watching this will be thinking, how does Alex Hales not get into the team for his brilliance in the World T20? Probably won't be long.
Plenty of cricket left, so England also trying to experiment with their personnel, so the opportunity will certainly come. I'll hope so. That new ball burst, I think that can make a difference. A couple of early wickets, get Sangakkara, get Jayawardene in early.
The only thing is, I mean, we're sort of negative from an England perspective here, but it's not a quick pitch, and therefore someone like Stephen Finn might just come on nicely. He'll have to be accurate, won't he? There's only as much in it for any width at all, whereas in certain more pacey pitches in the Southern Hemisphere, sometimes you can get away with that.
Look, even on a helpful pitch, you have to bowl those right areas. England learned that in that first ODI when they were wayward with the new ball. That's the end of the English innings. So it's 185 that England have on the board.
Yep, and the seamers have done pretty well too. Lion's share of the overs have been bowled by the spinners. They opened the bowling with Dilshan, and all the spinners have bowled very, very well. But Prasad has deserved his couple of wickets. England, I'm afraid, are way, way short, or they certainly should be. Yes, it's a slow pitch, but they won the toss and said this is a good pitch to bat on first. Angelo Matthews and his men have performed very, very well. Matthews as captain has rotated his bowl as well. Every single bowling change has worked, so plenty to think about for England. They'll have to bowl exceptionally well here.
Can be happy. Execution from his men has been wonderful. And as you mentioned, he's made lots of right decisions, changing the pace. Brought his spinners very early. Tilakrat and Dilshan opening the bowling, picked up 2 early wickets, bowled out. That made a big difference. The pressure was on England early in the game. On a dry pitch, England winning the toss and batting first. Moeen Ali went early, and I think that caused a problem because Cook and Ian Bell had to start making the play, and it really did not work for them. I thought Joe Root batted very well for his 42. Ravi Bopara, another 51. England ending up on 185. Spinners at the top. Dilshan 2 for 33. Ajantha Mendis picked up 3 late wickets, but it was good bowling right through. Everyone chipping in. Damika Prasad 2 for 16 as well. Didn't start well for England. The hero of Wednesday cleaned up early. Cook battled hard, got a couple of boundaries away. Seeing that drive through the covers, thought he might have found his touch. But Ian Bell trying to go over the top. But on a couple of occasions did skite, but this time Thisara Perera getting the wicket, and then Cook finding the top edge. Kushal Perera picking up in the deep. Morgan. When the pace was changed, the fast bowler brought back. All he could do was push it to extra cover. Ravi continuing from where he left off, playing late, and together with Joe Root started building a partnership. Then when things were looking good for England once again, Root got that front leg right in front. Similar dismissal. Damika Prasad brought into the attack and got Josh Butler. Another partnership followed. Not very sure whether there was an edge, but the umpire did give it to the batsman. This partnership needed to grow because Ravi was looking good. Very difficult chance for the skipper. Maybe the fielder coming in from the deep should have called for that. But then Ajantha Mendis started finding his rhythm, got one past Walks. Bopara's 50, back-to-back 50s, a wonderful knock. Then came the big wicket when he needed press foot on the accelerator. Bopara fell, Finn fell in the same over. Not too long after, Damika Prasad came back to clean up Harry Gurney. So 186. That's what Sri Lanka need. They have 45 overs to get there. And we'll be back in about 25 minutes with the Sri Lankan chase.
That was wonderful cricket. It's got him, nick that.
Welcome back. We are at the R. Premdas International Stadium live for Sri Lanka's reply. They need 186 runs to get in 45 overs. Well, England won the toss and they were all out for rather poor 185 runs. They were surely expecting a lot more from their fairly strong batting lineup that runs quite deep. And that's the look of the betting card. Just Ravi Bopara making 51 and Root making a useful 42.
Poor from England, and they'll be disappointed only to get 185, but this wicket has helped the seam bowlers, especially if they look to bowl straight lines, but also a little bit of spin there. So good from Angelo Matthews to change his bowlers. Tilakaratne Dilshan bowled all 9 on the trot, 2 for 32, took the wickets. Moeen Ali, the man in form, remember, scored a magnificent 119 in that first one-day international. I thought all his bowlers, including Ajanta Mentas, 3 for 33. England will have a lot of hard work if they're going to try and win this second one-day international. Sri Lanka's our favourites to win this, and the man who replaces Ben Stokes, Stephen Finn, is given the new ball, and he'll have to take early wickets to try and get England back into this match.
Well, he's fairly decent record for his 43 matches, Stephen Finn. Tilakaratne Dilshan bowled extremely well and also did field and has a phenomenal record as a batsman. Brilliant strike rate, average just under 40. And he's opening the batting with Kusal Perera. Well, 48 is what England need, Corky, in 20 overs. That's as far as the Duckworth and Lewis method goes. Here comes the first ball. And Dilshan gets a top edge. It flies down to third man. 1 bounce for 4. Not the start England wanted, but Sri Lanka won't complain.
Well, they didn't want the first ball to go for a boundary, but there'll be encouragement there for Stephen Finn that he beats Tilakaratne Dilshan for pace here. Could have gone anywhere, could have gone down to third man, could have been a wicket for England, but it's not. Hasn't got a man set out on deep square leg, Finn. It's 2 men out of the circle, or a third man and a fine leg. But a good start for Dilshan. Wickets fielded like Jonty Rhodes, and now runs.
That's a solid looking shot. Just getting into line. Always like to feel the ball on the bat. That delivery not as quick.
David Lloyd needs some of those glasses.
Yeah, today he's at an explosion, he said.
No, I just think he generally needs some of those glasses. He does see things differently than other people.
That's a bold shot down towards the square leg boundary. Dilshan is on fire. He's got 2 boundaries of 3 balls. First, not intentional, but this one definitely.
Yeah, better shot this. Didn't get a lot of height on the bouncer this time, Finn. And it's pulled away with ease and grace by Dilshan. He looks in fine form. Man of the match in the first one-day international. Opened the bowling this morning. Now he's in the runs.
He's looking good. He's looking to come forward. And Tilakaratne Dilshan has been enjoying himself, and this is the first wicket he got. He did open the bowling, and then he did account for the England captain. A fairly simple catch to the man at backward square leg. And what about this? What about this? What an all-round package he is.
Well, it just shows, doesn't it? Doesn't matter what age you are, that as long as you try and anticipate the ball, you give yourself enough opportunity, and then when you come out and do your favoured thing, you attack.
4 runs for England, for Sri Lanka rather. Dilshan will be looking for a couple here. In fact, it might go all the way. It does. It wasn't as timed as well as we thought, but the extra pace of Finn and maybe those light bats with a lot of meat at the bottom.
Already the best over the match, 12 runs. So that's the first over. Maybe just good effort from Joe Root. Third umpire is just taking a look at this. Joe Root, whether the ball is touching the rope when he pulled it back. I think that's probably 4. Certainly is, though. 3 boundaries for Dilshan. Strike rate of 240.
Well, these days umpires, they want to make sure that everything's right.
I'm trying to think, Roshan, what time does it go dark here? Can I get 9 holes in this afternoon?
I'm sure you should be at this rate. On the body. Well, but a very productive over. The best of the match. 12 without loss. Well, England should regret that batting performance, 185. Sri Lanka already wiping off 12 runs in the first over. It's going to be Wokes, Chris Wokes, another exciting young all-rounder for England. England will be hoping for some big things from players of this caliber.
Yeah, the Cook has to take a little bit of a gamble, really. He's got to take early wickets, and that's why he has got 2 slips in place. Himself being the first slip, Alistair Cook, and Treadwell at second slip. So he has got quite an attacking field. Michel Pereira will face his first ball.
Oh, straight away on the pads. That was high, and also I thought it was down the leg side, so nothing really exciting from England. But they need to attack, you're right, Corky. They need to bring their fielders in. I mean, whether Sri Lanka gets it in 30 overs or 44 overs doesn't really make too much of a difference. Certainly the high that was bouncing. England need wickets.
Well, hopefully what England have watched over these first 1.5 games is how consistent Sri Lanka have been bowling-wise. As soon as Angelo Matthews threw the ball to the bowler, his first ball was line and length, right on, whether it was a spin bowler or a seam bowler. England need to do the same.
Looking to go for that extra yard in length. It's about the right areas Vokes should really look to bowl at. Now look at the way they bowled to Dilshan in the first ODI. Those yellow balls were the boundary balls, and how short were they? And England were consistent. It's all over the place. You wouldn't find England landing it in those good lengths, those drivable lengths, which was demanding, the pitch demanded in the first game. Oh, he very nearly dragged it onto his stumps. That was a short delivery that really didn't appear to come on. Dilshan was through with the shot rather early.
Well, he thrives on width, doesn't he, Dilshan? That's why, if you looked at that Hawkeye before balls were put away from outside the off stump. You can see as soon as it goes out of his eye line, he wants to throw the kitchen sink at it. A little bit fortunate. It's bottom edge and it just goes past the leg stump. So fortune for Dilshan.
That's deflected fine. This is not good bowling by England. Completely wrong line and length. I think that was their problem even in the first game, where they needed to bowl that test match length, as they might call it, get the batsman driving, getting onto the front foot, beat them in the drive. But look at this, short and wide down the leg side. They're never going to get wickets off deliveries like this. Lanka already 17 without loss. Time a dot ball. Need to be a little bit more fuller. Folks, he has 2 slips. So get Dilshan driving if he can. Beat the drive. Get one to seam past the outside edge if that's possible.
Yeah, I know that that man on your screen will be desperate for early wickets, but sometimes as a bowler you've got to just really concentrate on hitting that top of off stump.
17 without loss. Pereira has faced just 1 delivery. Dilshan has had the bulk. At 16. Pereira will be on strike with Finn. Looking for that breakthrough for England. Oh, driven. That's for 4. He will enjoy those lengths because he likes to hit it on the up.
Brilliant shot. Power. Just a little bit of width on offer, but this isn't a half volley. This is quite a fullish length from Finn. He's trying to get Pereira to nick the ball to the slips. Well, flies past Ian Bell at extra cover. So Finn already conceding 4 boundaries.
Really needing to attack him. England need wickets really to start with. They need to push Sri Lanka back. The momentum, certainly with the Sri Lankans. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a full length. Going for the Yorker. He needs to mix it up. Finn really very nearly got through here.
Yeah, good Yorker. Good Yorker, and well played from Pereira. It's not always easy. Big, tall man. Remember, he's playing his first game of this tour, so probably finding a little bit of rhythm. Had that problem, didn't he, of diving in and his knee hitting the stumps, which caused that no ball and the dead ball rule.
4 runs for Sri Lanka. Just giving that width. That was a slower delivery. Looking to bowl the cutter.
Worked hard on his action, Stephen Finn. Through that stage in Australia where I think the word was described unselectable because he wasn't in form. Well, this man has to play for England with his pace, Good on the crease, powerful through, good follow through. Maybe could use that bowling arm a little bit better to really follow through.
Looking to go for that extra yard. Looking for that extra yard in length. You need to be full here, Finn. Problem with England is they have been bowling far too short and far too wide, particularly down the leg side. Five of the over, 22 without loss. .22 without loss, Sri Lanka, off to a good start. In fact, off to a flying start. Dilshan has made 16. Pereira already got a boundary, he's 5. Going to be Wokes. Again, that width outside the off stump, short and wide. That has been England's problem, bowling to the two Sri Lankan openers. Even in that last game, they've either short or wide, and many horizontal shots were seen from the Sri Lankan openers.
Half an appeal really by England. Ball looked like it was just down the leg side. Dilshan trying to scoop it up over square leg. Dynamic, aren't they, the two Sri Lankan openers? So much difference between the way that England played already. Only had, what, 3.2 overs. Tenters there.
The Sri Lankan approach has been good. Now, don't forget, they're coming off a rather poor series against India. But the way they started off against England, that first game was vital. Sri Lanka needs particularly Kusal Pereira to fire as an opener. Now, if he does that, the middle order will be simple. If he doesn't, the Sri Lankans will need to try and adjust and make a few changes. Oh, that's uppish, but in the gap. At least a couple of runs here. Just pushing at it a little bit, Pereira.
Well, a slight change in the field that Alistair Cook is now on the drive, and this nearly goes straight to him. Dissects the field. Cook there just on the catching it, and it's Ravi Bopara who is extra cover. So he still has the slip in place and a drive man on the offside. So Owen Morgan was caught similar position. It's quite simple, really. England have got work to do, really. Yes, they're coming out of a period where they haven't had too much competitive cricket, but this is a build-up to tri-series in Australia, India, Australia, and the big one, the World Cup. Team selection vital, also confidence.
A single off the last ball. Pereira will keep the strike, 27 without loss. Well, no comparison, but England was 17 for 1 very early, still in the Sri Lankan innings. Sri Lanka have got off to a good start. They've got 27. They're already ahead of England at this stage. A fair bit of cricket left in this match.
Been deciding just to change the angle here, so he's now decided to go round the wicket to Pereira. And it's a wicket straight away. Change of angle, change of fortune for England.
Soft dismissal. Just an angle from Finn. Pereira just not on top of it, was just looking to paddle it. And a fairly simple chance to the man at backward square leg. Look at his delight. Look at his delight. He needed that wicket. Gone for 9. 27 for 1. Sangakkara, one of Sri Lanka's true greats of the game. 80 runs short of 13,000 run mark. Good average for one-day cricket. Around 40. Scored a ton of runs for Sri Lanka. Used that number 3 position. Now this is another look at the wicket.
Yeah, just did him for a little bit of pace, didn't it? It was a simple catch for Ravi Bopara, and England needed that wicket. Stephen Finn needed that wicket. Change of angle, change of fortune. Now, if England can put pressure on Sri Lanka, they need to take more. Sangakkara will be on their list. They're awarding of them too quickly may change the fortunes.
Right away, Finn running in hard. You could see that there is a real purpose in Steve Finn running in, looking to hit that bat hard. This is the deliveries from Finn to Finn and, of course, Vokes. And then look at the change of angle straight away from round the wicket. And Pereira just done a little bit for the pace generated by Finn, that angled in towards his body. Nice carry through to the keeper. He's really running in and letting it go.
Well, he certainly has got pace. It's never in question. One of England's fastest bowlers. .38 kilometres an hour, not miles per hour. Pity it's not miles per hour.
Sangakkara hasn't had good returns in the last 2 games. Got a knot of 1 ball in Hyderabad, and then was done by Moeen Ali when he scored 2. Now this was in that first ODI. He referred this. Uchurapalli Guruge was the umpire. He referred it and then was given out. Sangakkara hasn't had a decent run in the last 2 games. Well, Sri Lanka will be hoping that he will try and catch up, make good on the missed opportunities.
Fine player, Sangakkara. You can even tell with the balls at his left there, quite easy. Good position. Average 36 this year in one-day internationals. 300s, 450s. Best of 128.
Now from round the wicket. Good over from Finn, a wicket maiden. It's 27 for 1. .27 for 1. Kusal Pereira, the batsman, dismissed. Lanka's target after an 86. Now it's going to be spin time with Moeen Ali, the off spinner, coming on. So Alistair Cook utilizing the available resources. Still early days for Moeen Ali in one-day cricket, but a good enough off spinner. Impressed so far in his short career. But this pitch did offer some turn. Don't forget Dilshan bowled with the new ball. So let's see what Moeen Ali could do.
Two close catches, one on the leg side. And himself, Alistair Cook, as a leg slip for Dilshan.
Maybe looking to bowl, or at least was looking to bowl the leg side line to Dilshan. But now this is going to be a better challenge for Moeen Ali, with the left-hander on strike, looking to turn the ball or take the ball away from the left-hander. He'll have a slip. He'll also have that short extra cover, try and beat Sangakkara on the drive. He'll be looking to try and turn it from around the off stump.
Well, it'll be in Sangakkara's mind, wouldn't it? First one-day international where bowled an absolute peach of a delivery. Pitch leg stump, spun, would have gone on to hit off stump.
Sangakkara just anxious to get that first run, looking to come down the pitch. This is going to be a good battle, Sangakkara versus Moeen Ali. Especially the off-spinner getting some purchase off the track. Driven, but finds the man at cover. Good bowling, very good bowling. That's the line. That is the line that creates the uncertainty, and especially with the ball turning.
Yeah, he's worked really hard bowling. Bowls it a lot quicker than he used to do. Something that he's really had to learn on the road, really. He's brought into the Test side. Test 5 wicket haul against India. It's gone on, got better and better.
Good over. 6 overs completed, 28 for 1.
So Sri Lanka need 158 more runs to win. They have 39 overs, 28 for 1. Good start for Sri Lanka. Finn took a wicket. They need more than that. Changing the commentary box. The double R's, Ranjit and Russell.
Thanks, Dominic. Sliding down leg stump, I would say. Angled into the right-hander. They have to be 100% sure, since the decision was not out, be 100% sure that the More than 50% of the ball will crash into the stumps. Easy decision looking by that.
Yes, it appears that Finn now has got his length correct, because in the first over he was a bit too short, took a little time to gauge pace of the pitch, but now he's pushing the ball as much as possible close to the batsman.
Couple of balls to go. Easy decision for umpire Vimla Siri. They need wickets, England. They picked up one for Sal Pereira. Another one here would mean Sri Lanka will have even Mahela Jayawardene out there much earlier than they would like. Nicely timed. Got amazing power behind that. 4 more to Dilshan.
A powerful drive behind the bowler would always produce runs, and Dilshan does just that. Perfectly straight bat, and went past Finn very quickly. Didn't give him any chance. The 4 runs to him.
We've had the sun shining down all morning. It's been very hot. You can expect the outfield to quicken up just a wee bit, drying up further. Been looking for opportunities to score, Tilakratne Dilshan. More like a shorter ball.
Yes, what one has to be watchful is the fact that Finn bowls a good slow delivery. There you are. There was a little bit of bounce, but he played much too early.
It's gripping. Dilshan did pick the slow ball. Helped on its way. 4 more. He's wearing his pace, but got the direction wrong.
This is what Dilshan does best when he's positive, just looking for runs. See, when he was in the peak of form, it was the boundaries he looked for earlier on, and keeps on going in this fashion. No question of pulling back.
5 fours already for Tilakratne Dilshan. Man of the match in the first game. And already a strong performance, 2 for 33. Brilliant in the field. At the end of 7, Sri Lanka 36 for 1. England winning the toss, made only 185. Loud appeal. Moeen Ali not confident. He reckons it was going down with the arm. Sangakkara, of course, had a long stride in.
Sangakkara very tentative, yet to open his account. But let's have a look at it again. That loud appeal. Virtually a plea. He has drifted down leg side.
Bowling really well. The line's good. In the previous over, got 1 to turn, hence the doubt in Sangakkara's mind. Got a long way to go. Plenty of doubt for umpire Steve Davies. Moeen Ali dismissed Sangakkara in the first ODI with a peach. It's taken him 13 balls to get off strike, Sangakkara.
You would have thought that Sangakkara, with all his maturity, would be looking to bide his time, which he usually does when he begins an innings. And I think those failures earlier on is still sticking in his mind. He's just looking to try and get runs quickly.
Dilshan, he's kite that. Who wants it? And finally they make up their minds. And Chris Wokes takes a wonderful catch. That's a big blow for Sri Lanka.
Yes, it was Dilshan looking to go for more and more, attentively possible on that occasion. But this really was a good catch in there. And there were three men converging on it, and one had to take a decision, so they left it to Wokes, and he clung on to it. Safe hands, and that was a big wicket, and that's a wicket which I think England would dearly have wanted. Tilakratne Dilshan goes for 26, 37 for 2.
Game on here at the R. Premadasa Stadium. England making only 185. Now seem to be making it count. The Sri Lanka have lost 2 wickets, and Mahela Jayawardene making his way out. Look at that go over the top. So more hope for England in terms of the pitch, how the pitch will play. But that's an awful shot from Dilshan. Nowhere near it. The bowler wanted it. Morgan wanted it. But the right man came for it. Chris Wokes from mid-off having to run in.
The wickets of the openers have really opened this up for England. And they would now rely on this man, Moeen Ali, because he's the spinner who probably could take wickets.
Leg slip also in place. But that's not the length you want to bowl. The pressure was building. Sangakkara was struggling as well, but this will make him feel much better.
Was it the side of Mahela Jayawardene coming to the crease that has eased Sangakkara? But just look at that shot. That was much more like him when he's in good nick. Hit it past point.
You can't bowl that length. At the end of 8, it's 41 for 2. Dilshan dismissed for 26. Matthews, Tirimana, Tisara Pereira to come. Even Jeevan Mendis could bat much higher than that. But we have a game on. It's not going to be easy for the Sri Lankans. As we saw with that delivery which dismissed Dilshan going over the top. Harry Gurney into the attack for the first time. Has a very good slow ball which might come in handy on a pitch like this. Good start from Gurney across the right-hander.
These totals of around 185 are very tricky totals for teams to chase, because you're not going to you have to make a decision whether you want to cover a lot of ground earlier on or just pace it. So Sri Lanka can't lose too many wickets at this stage. Another good delivery, leaving the batsman.
Another slip coming into play. So slip in a gully now for Mahela Jayawardene.
You can also sense that the pitch is slowing down as the ball gets older. It's going to be slow down a lot more.
They batted together for a long time over so many games, and if you add their totals together, put on 25,016 runs between Sangakkara and Jayawardene. A lot of experience, over 400 games. Sangakkara coming up on 400 games. Jayawardene 430. Tremendous experience. Sangakkara 385 games, 12,925 runs. Mahela Jayawardene 12,091 in 430 games. Strike rate similar. Look at those numbers, experience. Cook once again moves out of slip. Just like the fielders in the previous over, struggling to make up his mind. Now opted to get rid of the gully fielder. Fielders struggled to make up their mind, but in the nick of time, Chris Woakes made the call. There it is. Moeen Ali wanted it, Morgan wanted it. Woakes, oops, who's coming? And thank God he made a decision, Chris Woakes. Not an easy catch when there's hesitation and fielders right around you coming towards it.
This is good bowling. Bowling within himself, using the slow pace of the wicket to his advantage. Gurney hasn't really been looking to bowl quickly, knowing that the ball they're going to see a lot more of these slow deliveries.
Of cricket to be played. Superb start from Harry Gurney. It's 42 for 2. We're done with the batting power play, the mandatory power play, correction. Sri Lanka 42 for 2. Remember, it's a 45 over game. Hence the mandatory power play, 9 overs and not 10. England 37 for 2 in the same time. We're playing for the Hero Cup, England and Sri Lanka. And the man of the series. Take away one of those bites. Leg slip in place, deep square leg. There's no one in the deep until you reach mid-on. Jayawardene likes that mid-wicket area, so the invitation is on.
Jayawardene yet to open his account. He's just striving to do so. Although Sri Lanka back deep, they need a partnership.
Very warm out there. We've had a lot of sunshine today. Unusual because it's been rain come Thursday, come Friday.
Hey, yes, Mo.
That's generally an indication that showers could be on its way. Generally doesn't like to be tied down, Maila Jayawardene. Very good player of spin and likes to dominate them.
Yes, he does use the sweep as an escape shot, but it's not really worked for him. Bounce not good enough.
The pressure's on.
Hey, yes, boy.
It's good from Moeen Ali. Unlike in the previous over where he dished out a freebie to Sangakkara, he must make sure that he finishes strong. Cook realizing that Moeen Ali bowled a good over, sends another deep fielder. In case Jayawardene wants to break free, but he nudges one to deep fine leg and gets off the mark. It's taken him 11 balls to get off the mark. At the end of 10, it's 45 for 2. Sri Lanka in the power play, quite a few boundaries thanks to Dilshan. Couple of wonderful drives down the ground, few inside edges. Freebie. Jayawardene cannot get him away from Chris Woakes down there. Familiar face. Muralidharan signing the book of condolence for Phil Hughes, who he knows very well. He was working with the Australian team in their last tour of Pakistan, which was played in the UAE, and did a lot of work and spent a lot of time with Phil Hughes.
England have come back strongly. They've, in fact, pulled back the scoring rate. And all they really need is a wicket at this stage. This partnership is going to be the one that Sri Lanka is relying heavily on.
It's tough out there. Sangakkara took 13 balls to get off the mark. Jayawardene 11. Nice early call. Bounced up into Morgan's hands, but I think Sangakkara had that covered. He was away the moment it struck his bat.
Yes, I think the fact that he ran with the shot was what got him home safely, but the bounce to Morgan was very good. Just look at that.
These two players will know that this stage of the game, it's about batting for time. Taking Moeen Ali out of the game, facing as many balls as possible because the required rate just around 4. They spend time together, the pressure will be on England. The runs will start coming when that happens. So it's about absorbing pressure for Sri Lanka at this stage.
Yes, and also at this stage, I think Alistair Cook's got to make some tactical decisions. He's got to see whether he wants to bowl Moeen Ali longer or sort of fill in at this stage when Sri Lankans aren't making enough runs. The scoring rate has been pulled back.
I think he should continue with Moeen Ali, maybe a couple of overs more, see if he can pick up a wicket. Because when he gets it up to Sangakkara, bit of doubt, he's getting one to slide through, he's getting it to turn. He also has James Treadwell up his sleeve, so he can hold Treadwell back for the latter overs. Ravi Bopara is also an option. 48 for 2. Moeen Ali. Alistair Cook moving mid-on, more towards mid-wicket, trying to cover those two areas with one fielder. Batsmen still struggling to find their timing, so it's a good option, inviting batsmen to take the bowler on.
Yes, I think decisions have to be made now. Jayawardene too, he loves that area around mid-wicket, but again, you can't afford to take chances at this time. You could see how concerned he is, looking to play a few dot balls. That beats the man at extra cover, but not enough legs to take it to the boundary.
50 for Sri Lanka. 12th over. Blue skies we had earlier on quietly disappeared, but no threat of rain just as yet. Will the batsman be thinking the same way too? That will be an added burden. There he goes. Finn has work to do, and he does well.
England appear to be in no mood to give runs away. And again, showing the determination of the man, the big man on the rope, Finn, putting all the effort. Or did he touch the, yes, the boundary rope? Yes, that would be 4.
He's done all the hard work, but it comes to nothing. Jayawardene picks the boundary that he was looking for. Trying hard, trying very hard, Moeen Ali. That's very crucial at this stage. Yes, you want wickets, you want to try hard, but it's doing the basics more often, doing the basics well, what will give you that result that you're looking for. More runs. We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal. And it's given it to Mahela Jayawardene.
Very small margin for error for Moeen Ali. The line he bowls, particularly when the ball's spinning, and when the batsman gets something on the ball, there's always a chance of missing the fielders, and that goes down to the boundary.
Not convincing again from Mahela Jayawardene. It was off the gloves, so it could have easily popped up onto the leg side even. He'll play his options well.
That's it, Mark.
Good over for Sri Lanka, 11 off it. It's 59 for 2. big over, the 12th one. The first one also went for 3 boundaries. That was when Dilshan was facing Finn. So more spin. Jeff Cook realizing the fact that he needs a breakthrough with this pair. Hence his trump card, James Treadwell. Bowled beautifully on Wednesday. Picked up 2 wickets of the last 2 balls of his spell on Wednesday.
Yes, you also see that Alistair Cook is maintaining those attacking fields. He's got a slip and also a short mid-wicket, despite the power play overs being completed. But he realizes that wickets are so important.
And those 2 wickets that he picked up were that of Angelo Matthews and Mahela Jayawardene. So coming into this game, some might think that if he picked up a wicket off the first ball, would have been a hat-trick. No, it doesn't count. It should happen in the same match, not in different matches. It could be considered as a footnote record. I'm certainly not suggesting that it's going to rain anytime now, but when we do have a game, that's when England do bowl 20 overs. The duck with who is past score at that stage, with 2 wickets down for Sri Lanka, would be 64.
Yes, it's hard to make those predictions, Russell, because the weather has sort of been so difficult to forecast. We've seen grey clouds and suddenly bright sunshine, and then again the next moment we've had clouds moving in again.
"13 gone, 61 for 2.
Alistair Cook, he's got a few problems on his hands, because would he have to use his spinners and bowl them through the end? To talk you through that is going to be Roshan Abhisingha with Ian Ward. Ian Ward, beg your pardon.
Thank you, Ranjit. Moeen Ali will continue. The England spinners have got some turn. They would have liked to have had a little bit more runs and attacked a little bit more, but the point is the margin of error here is very little. Mahela Jayawardene and Sangakkara together. Afternoon, Roddy.
Hey, Rosh. Yes, they would have liked a few more runs, but they haven't got them. And so they've got to think a bit differently. They need to take wickets. Just seeing that delivery from Moeen Ali, gently punched down the ground by Mahela Jayawardene with no catches in place. That changes for the left-handed Sangakkara. I think England have got to put the pressure on if you're going to have to take wickets to win this game. Otherwise you'll lose with plenty of overs to spare. So I was interested to see how Cook would go about it compared with Angelo Matthews, who kept his catches in place. Sri Lanka, with their tactics and the execution of the bowlers, made England uncomfortable. They couldn't get off strike. The pressure was always building. Now, I know these guys are brought up on this sort of surface and against this sort of bowling, but make them think.
That's a wrong line by Moeen Ali. That's the problem. That will just trickle away to the boundary. That's what the England bowlers should try and avoid. Moeen Ali has bowled on both sides of the pitch. Not always, but he's bowled the odd ball and been punished. Now this line he can't bowl. He needs to bowl more mid-land off or maybe off stump. Try and get some turn with that slip in.
Well, they're searching for wickets because he hasn't got all these catches in place. He's searching for the magic ball. It's the old Shane Warne adage. Old offensive to attacking fields. Down the ground, won't carry because he hasn't timed it.
But this pitch still has something in it for the spinners. There is no doubt about it. Now you could see that Sangakkara miscued it. There is turn. It's just that England spinners haven't really bowled those lines. Sangakkara there was looking to hit across. That's what happened. And the ball just slicing off an outside edge with that little bit of turn.
It was interesting when Sangakkara got that sweep shot away, then came down the wicket next ball, 68 for 2.
So James Treadwell, England's senior off spinner, he'll be the man that will have to really create some problems, really need to get at least a wicket or two to try and spice things up for England. Nicely played, very clever. Jayawardene just waited and waited and waited and played it so late, watched it onto the bat, and in that gap had slipped.
That shot a few times in his one-day and T20 career. A bit in Test match cricket. Highly skilled shot. Wait, now I go. Punching the ball like a hawk. Right onto the face of the bat. But if you're James Treadwell and you're the senior spinner, how are you getting a wicket here? There's no one catching.
Exactly. You need to have somebody. You need to attack. Really a pretty defensive field, allowing the Sri Lankan batsman the freedom, the breathing space for those singles. Now let's see what he will do with Sangakkara on strike. At least a slip. He needs a slip.
I don't think he's going to be given a slip. He's going to be given a man at short extra cover. The fields they're setting at the moment, you are hoping that either Kumar Sangakkara or Mahela Jayawardene make a mistake against the spinner when there isn't really scoreboard pressure. Well, that's asking a lot.
And of course this side, the end Treadwell is bowling. We haven't really seen the ball spin, so that could be another reason why he's not going with a slip, but really having that short extra cover. 71 for 2, and it's Drinks. 71 for 2, Jayawardene and Sangakkara. 34 runs so far for the third wicket. Sri Lanka have lost 2 wickets. Steve Finn did first get the wicket of Kusal Pereira. That ball bouncing a little bit. Pereira looking to hit it on the leg side, and then Dilshan just got beaten by the delivery that gripped on the pitch and straightened up, and that was a skyscraper more or less. Went so high, good catch by Vokes. So those are the 2 wickets. Wicket to Moeen Ali and a wicket to Finn. England need to attack. They need the spinners to attack. Will be Gurney coming back.
Looks like he's set up to bowl round the wicket. So round the wicket to Mahela Jayawardene with 2 men on the drive. Straight man is Alistair Cook. Down a bit square is Ravi Bopara. Maybe Gurney just try and start rolling his fingers across the ball, bowl a few cutters.
To start with, I don't think that's the line in length. They were planning to bowl at Jayawardene. Needed to try and hold the length and get Jayawardene driving, and maybe then start just rolling his fingers over the ball, get them mistiming those drives, getting those uppy shots coming in. Sri Lankan crowds always very colourful, and they tend to turn up in their numbers, and they're getting very excited and very supportive. And now with Sri Lanka winning, they'll start following that. Sangakkara on strike.
They had a bit of a lull after the Indian series.
A lot of complaining. A lot of complaining. You should have met the average man on the street who was so disappointed Sri Lanka losing 5-0, and so many different views expressed. They should be relieved that Sri Lanka have come back into winning ways. In fact, it's the first time Mohan says that Sri Lanka have lost 5-0 in India. In fact, to any team.
The wrong line as well. He's been 2 straight to Jayawardene, now to Sangakkara, so the strike gets rotated and Sri Lanka tick over. Well, there's a lot more in today at the Prima Das than there was the other evening. They were slow to arrive this morning, but rain clouds and a bit miserable conditions probably put a lot off, but the sun's come out. Sri Lanka are doing okay. Come through the turnstiles. The line, particularly with the field that's been set. I had a great deal of sympathy though for Sri Lanka going on that trip to India. The West Indies going home, and India said come over and play 5 games. Oh yeah, easy, no preparation, we'll just go and take on India in India, play 5 games. Well, that is very, very difficult.
No doubt. I'm sure the Sri Lankans were in a program where they were getting ready for the England tour. Sliding down the leg side, and then yes, you're right, suddenly being told to go and play 5 one-day games in India is not always the easiest task, and India is a frontier that very few teams have conquered.
As you mentioned, everyone's looking ahead to the World Cup, and the preparation would have been set up, and a part of the modern preparation, if you do have a gap in the calendar, you've got to give these guys some time off. You've got to make the most of it. You know, they're not machines. So rather skewed Lanka's plans for the World Cup. It's very difficult just to go over and play India in India at short notice.
Well fielded, good fielding, good commitment. The 3 of the over, 74 for 2. Well, Treadwell will continue. 17th over of the innings. Sri Lanka making things look quite easy out there with Very little pressure, as you said, Wardy. Nobody close. Breathing space available to the batsman. Plenty of time. 8 wickets standing. And no scoreboard pressure.
There's that shot again. It really is high class from Mahela Jayawardene. There's not a great deal of pace to work with. There's obviously James Treble is a spinner, but the pitch is pretty slow. But what pace there was available was utilised. Look how closely he watches it onto the face of the bat.
Just waited and waited. Just waited till it came so close to him, and knowing that there is no slip. That's a safe shot in the end.
He's a lovely contrast to watch, Mahela Jayawardene, when you look around the world game and how it's power hitting. Big bats and bully it over. Yet he can still score just as quickly. Nudge and nurdle and glide. It's fabulous, fabulous contrast.
Plays the sweep shot quite well. That's because the Sri Lankan batsmen have been brought up on these kind of pitches where they sweep well, they cut well, they use their wrists. The deflections are good. They know basically how to play spin. And Treadwell has been a little bit predictable only with his off break. We haven't seen him looking to bowl anything different other than maybe the change of pace. He's having a slip and a short extra cover. Needed a slip with the left-hander on strike if you're looking for wickets. That's a way of telling the batsman that he's looking to attack me.
I'm trying to get you out. .78 for 2. Harry Gurney to continue for England. Ben Stokes, the 12th man, is on the field. Moeen Ali has popped off momentarily. Sangakkara to take strike with 2 catches on the leg side. Cook and Bopara right mid-wicket and square and mid-wicket.
He's pushing at that one. That's what Gurney will be looking at, trying to just beat Sangakkara's drive. But this man, Mahela Jayawardene, possibly playing for the last time in Sri Lanka in a one-day series. Well, he did get a magnificent send-off when he announced his retirement in that series. The last test match was against Pakistan. What great servants they have been, Sangakkara and Mahela Jayawardene. And it's likely that even Sangakkara may not play one-day cricket in Sri Lanka. But we can take a look at some of those visuals. And this was the send-off. And this was at Galle when he played his last test match in Galle. He was given the Guard of Honour. And that was the last time he played a test match in Galle. Very emotional. And people turned up in their numbers to pay him that respect and give him that great send-off. Nicely worked away on his pads. Don't bowl there to Mahela Jayawardene or even Sangakkara for that matter. He'll just keep clipping you.
Well, Cook has every right to kick the turf in disgust here. He's set the field, which requires Gurney to bowl on an offside line. That's where the catches are. That's where the other 2 are saving the single, and that's where two guys are saving the boundary. He's only got 3 on the leg side. He's round the wicket. Keep it off his pads. Maybe a little bit wide, but at least he's hitting to where the fielders are. You'll have to think laterally here, Alistair Cook. Maybe Ravi Bopara from probably the end Harry Gurney's bowling from. Keep Treadwell going, but give him a couple of catches. Bopara bowls straight with a straight set field. See if these two will go across the line of the ball. He's almost just waiting for a wicket to happen here at the moment.
It's not that kind of a score England is defending. We have just 186 on the board. Jayawardene and Sangakkara making it look so easy, and the pressure time has moved out. When Jayawardene first came in, England did have the chance, maybe another quick wicket. England could have been sniffing, but now Jayawardene and Sangakkara just gradually getting out of troubled waters. This is the record of Mahela Jayawardene. What a phenomenal record. Look at his test career. That's fine. I'll get another easy single. 7 runs off the over, 85 for 2. .48 runs, the partnership of 65 balls. Well, Sri Lanka need just 101 runs more. They got 162 balls remaining. That's a lot of time available. So Sri Lanka in no hurry, really. England need to do all the running in this game. They need to try and make things happen.
Oh, he got away with that. He really did get away with that. Nice flighted delivery from James Treadwell, and he hung it out there and tempted Sangakkara, who went for the bait, trying to go extra cover, toe of the bat. It's just lobbed into no man's land.
Just that little bit of turn, I think, that beat Sangakkara. He was looking to go more straighter, but that ball turned and went just sliced off an outside edge. Lucky for him, fell in no man's land, as you said.
Not this time. Quite get it past Harry Gurney, who's in the right spot actually for Mahela because he's left-handed. So cut that angle down a little bit if he does try and play the dab.
Excellent use of the feet. Mahela Jayawardene doing the right thing, looking to get to the pitch of the ball and also not hitting against the turn, hitting it with the turn. And that's the 50 partnership. Down the pitch he comes, and there you are. You could see that he was hitting it with the turn. No question of trying to hit it through mid-off, but he knew where the ball was going, where it was turning. So went with it.
A slow turn, isn't it? It's like when the ball is turning, it's sort of stopping just ever so slightly. Done that a few times. Partnership of 51. 28 the contribution of Mahela Jayawardene, just 19 for Kumar Sangakkara.
Treadwell getting a bit predictable with Jayawardene on strike. Just bowling the off break. We haven't seen the straight ball. We haven't seen anything different. So.
Well, this is different. He's gone round the wicket to just change the angle. .89 for 2. Sri Lanka have lost 2 wickets. They're 89 for 2. Those wickets going to Stephen Finn and to Moeen Ali. Stephen Finn hasn't had a lot of cricket of late. Had a groin injury which kept him out of game 1. But just towards the end of that first spell, there were signs that the rhythm was starting to come, the pace was increasing. So with Alistair Cook desperately trying to get a wicket, he's gone back to his strike bowler. Well, he's brought him back to take a wicket. Needs a catcher. Unfortunately, one has not been placed, so doesn't really send the right message out.
This is the 19th over of the match, so after this over, they will have a match. And at that stage, Sri Lanka just needed to be 64 runs, so they're way ahead in terms of the Duckworth-Lewis score. They should be quite all right, and they should be pleased with their performance.
It's a beautiful, what is it, afternoon and evening in Colombo. We don't need to worry about the Duckworth-Lewis today.
Nothing really in the pitch for the faster bowlers. The ball just coming onto the bat. We did see Dhammika Prasad getting a few balls to move, but the England fast bowlers, we haven't seen anything. It's just been straight. Seen a bit of pace from Finn, but Wokes and Gurney haven't really got anything. No deviation at all.
Sometimes you almost got to find the right pace to bowl at to get that ball to seam or just to nibble around, and Finn might be that bit quicker and of course a lot taller. Maybe Sara Pereira last game managed to get it to nip around right line and length at the right pace. Ball really hasn't done anything, hasn't swung, hasn't seamed. Yes, it's turned, but that's been quite slow for the spinners.
What would a poor performance in Sri Lanka do to the England World Cup preparation?
Very good question, because the whole idea of coming out here and playing was to try and get some wins and some confidence. Nicely taken single. I mean, look, in the World Cup, in Australia and New Zealand, are England going to face a side that are going to bowl 4 spinners at? Probably not. So in terms of conditions like that, getting stuck against spinners and unable to rotate the strike like we're seeing these two do so well doesn't really come into it. But the big advantage of being out here is they're playing one-day cricket, they're practicing one-day cricket, they're talking one-day cricket. But they need the confidence of winning one-day cricket. They haven't won a lot of late, so they would be hoping to have won a series and taken some confidence after what has been a pretty indifferent period in one-day cricket for England. They have a tri-series in Australia ahead of the World Cup, which involves India, so there are other games. But if you continually lose, you're always under pressure. And the individuals are under pressure as well. Cook goes through this series and doesn't make a score. Can he go to Australia? Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, Morgan is short of runs, so there are individuals who would have liked time at the middle, runs on the board, wickets in the column, wins for a team. And if they don't get that, it just shakes everyone's confidence, and it will give the selectors a real problem if certain individuals don't perform.
Well, the Sri Lankans, of course, haven't had such problems. They did lose 2 quick wickets early, but Sangakkara and Mahela Jayawardene got together, and they have so far added 54 runs. Jayawardene did play some good shots, particularly sweeping the spinners. Sangakkara too wasn't afraid to play that sweep shot. Also those dip touches. Mahela Jayawardene very strong off his pad, strong wrists. And he's made 30, Sangakkara 20, and they're just taking Sri Lanka closer to that target of 186. But now forward short leg been brought in. That's Joe Root under the helmet.
Joe Root putting on the short leg gear. There is a fine leg, which is Moeen Ali. Ian Bell was out on the hook, and Steve Finn is round the wicket, so perhaps some short stuff.
Will that be a wide? Did he touch anything? Well, that was short from Finn from round the wicket, really looking to bowl it short. And the idea of the short leg is to try and get him to fend the ball. To bowl, he didn't touch anything, so why wasn't it a wide?
I think he might have just flicked the pad, flicked his thigh. Mahela probably didn't think it did. Gully's in now as well. "91 for 2. Well to Sangakkara. 95 needed from 149 deliveries.
With very little happening now. Sri Lanka at the moment dominating. And the problem for England is that they haven't been able to create situations. Sri Lankans have just managed to win those little battles, the contests. They've got out of tight corners. Oh, that came back. He played for some turn. That ball straightened. Played it very, very late indeed. Could have easily chopped it on.
Just slid back at Sangakkara, and that was zoning in on off stump. Well watched.
That has been the problem. He's been a bit too short. And also on this pitch, where it's so slow, even if there is turn, it allows the batsman time to adjust. Able to get on the back foot, adjust, and just push the ball into gaps.
Fielder's also set for the ball to be pitched up, isn't it? Men on the drive and long off back. If he entice the drive and he hits it down long off and it goes to one, oh, okay, that's fine. You've still got to be precise as a batsman. You've got the catches in place, but yourself, the back foot, it's just too slow.
England searching for the third wicket. But they need quick wickets, not just one. That's the one that goes with the arm. It's 92 for 2. (92 for 2), 21 overs completed. Finn will continue round the wicket to Sangakkara. Continuing here in the box, Nick Knight and Dominic Ball.
Thanks, Roshan. Yeah, it's not good for England, is it? 92 for 2. They require another 94. England need wickets, and they need them quickly. They have a game, though. 20 overs is the minimum requirement for a game, Duckworth Lewis. So if there is any rain and perhaps would finish the day. Sri Lanka are ahead by 25 runs. I'm not sure, Nick Knight, that this is going to rain again today.
Russell Arnold, he's clutching. He's been in our box a couple of boxes away, saying it was going to rain at 4 o'clock. Said we just missed it. Clutching. Pretty good today, isn't it? We had a lot of rain, well, some heavy drizzle on the ground this morning, so we lost a bit of time. Apart from that, we've seen the sun for the first time since we've been here.
Well, the one thing I cannot really it was just the amount of rain we've had over the last 3 or 4 days. I can't believe how much this ground has just been able to take the water and, you know, be acceptable to play a one-day game. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful from Jay Warden. Yes, you can put your hands up, Stephen Finn, but this was meant, and this is why he's one of the best.
Yes, it was meant. So whether he'd have played this shot if the slip had been in place. Attempted slow ball. I think it would have carried, even though it was a slow ball to slip. I'm sure he probably wouldn't have played it had the slip been in, but good that Stephen Finn is back into the attack. It's good from Cook, but short leg in place. He needs a slip and a short leg and perhaps another catcher. These two are just going to cruise through. 89 now required.
Wide ball for height. Steve Davis checking with the square leg umpire.
That sort of rain you get in Stoke, mate, isn't it? Not being at home.
How he plays it, isn't it? So much control. He picks the slower ball from Finn. Why he's one of the best. Another beautiful shot. He won't go for a boundary, but he's making it look very, very easy at the moment. Brings 100 up for Sri Lanka. Just 86 now required. It looks like this is going to be a stroll in the park for the Sri Lankans.
Shows, doesn't it, how much time he has. I mean, he's not, well, he's 141 Ks, so he's not anywhere near his quickest, but it's quick enough. Just sat back and waited. He played beautifully in the first game actually as well, so these are good signs. Dilshan in the runs, Jaya Ward and Sangakkara some runs today. And when you look at Sri Lanka's hopes moving forward into the World Cup and how they might go, it's going to be heavily reliant on those three. So if they're in form, gives them a good chance. You compare and contrast that to England. Their senior players are in exactly the opposite. They're all struggling for runs. Cook, Bell, Morgan.
Well, they're a dangerous side. Maybe not one of the favourites, Sri Lanka, in Australia and New Zealand, but they'll be a danger to play against because they've got match winners. Him being one, Mahela Jayawardene, Kumar Sangakkara. We've seen Dilshan all round, wickets, runs, fielded well. Got the captain Angelo Matthews. When you look at England, there's lots of work to do. Yes, they're not going to come up on spinning wickets perhaps. They're not going to play against 4 spinners, but at the moment looking a bit inept. They lack ideas. Mr. Cook trying to change the field, taking short leg out now. Joe Root, he goes to mid wicket. There's now a gully in place. Still round the wicket, Stephen Finn. 2 men out on the hook. Expensive over, 8 runs, 100 for 2. Ravi Bopara batted well in the first two one-day internationals. One of England's options with the ball. No pace, lots of slower deliveries. Nick, you've been looking for a new phone, haven't you?
You couldn't help yourself, could you?
Bit too technical for you, that, isn't it?
I've got the small. You know, I've got the smallest phone. All it does is
You've got the cheapest
make
phone
calls.
as well.
I can't even text message. Just couldn't help yourself, could you?
Well, I'm trying to look ahead here, Nick. I know this game still has got a way to go, but day-night game Wednesday, Hamban Tota. Last three one-day internationals there, Nick. South Africa 339 for 5, Sri Lanka 275 for 7, Sri Lanka 310 for 9. So maybe better surface may help England. What would you like to see? Change in the team? Change at the top?
Yeah, he's under a lot of pressure. I mean, every game that goes by in this series, he becomes under more pressure. I mean, he's used to that sort of pressure, Alistair Cook. He endured it throughout our summer. Came good in the end, but regular viewers back at home will know that, oh, we'll have to hurry here. No, good run. I know that I haven't had Alistair Cook in my side for a year, so it's no surprise that I would open with Alex Hales and Moeen Ali. But in saying that, I don't think necessarily England's problems are all about change. Keep trying to find the combination. It's the way they're playing, I think, that's frustrating me. Just swapping a player here and changing a player there will make that much difference. In fact, I think they'll go backwards if throughout this series they just keep changing the team. Would have picked their teams, try and stick with it, and build with it as best they can, and go through to the World Cup with that team.
But I think my issue with it is that some of these England players haven't played enough domestic 50-over cricket, so they're always in the cauldron of the international arena. You look at, Alistair Cook, he's 87th one-day international. Ian Bell is 150th today, and still there'll be question marks over whether they should be in the side. They're experienced players. Last, 16 matches, they aren't good enough, and I'm sure he wants to get better. It's going to take a lot of work. End of the over, 102 for 2. So 102 for 2, both batsmen just getting a little bit of a drink. Still 5 one-day internationals left after today. We travel south to Hamban Tota, then back here to Colombo for a day game. 2 games up in Kandy at Pallekele, and then the last day-night game back here in Colombo. So still a chance that England can get back into this series. Moeen Ali brought back into his expensive 1 wicket, but 27 runs. You looked at me when I said England to get back in this series. Not agree?
No, that's about a damn sight better than they have done. Although there were signs, I thought, in the first game where, obviously, perhaps slightly masked by Moeen Ali's brilliance with the bat. Ravi Bopara. There were signs there of some improvement with the bat. That's obviously not happened today.
And this is where I think this typifies how good Sangakkara and especially Jaya Warden are in these sort of circumstances where it's quite easy. Big gaps on a spinning pitch, ball pitching outside off stump, get across it, get at it, just get off strike. Something, Nick, I know you did very well, and it's something you're keen on England being and getting better at.
What I'm keener on them getting better at is getting in tight. I mean, the amount of times we were on commentary talking about Matthews getting his fielders in tight. When you get your fielders in tight, what it does is cut the angles down. You look at England's fielders and they're just hanging back. There's ones everywhere, really. If you'd have compared that to a Matthews field, they'd be in 5 yards. And therefore it makes it that much more difficult for you as a batsman to find the gap. And just little things like that frustrate me, really. But, Matthews, I think, is a very good captain, actually.
Base spin very well, though.
He's so difficult to bowl to because he can hit the ball so many different areas, and look how late he plays that and how much he's watching the ball onto the face of the bat when he plays it. Again, I think that was purposefully played. He knows the man's in the deep, so he doesn't overhit it. Just in complete control, really, of all his shots.
And I know that both Mahela and Kumar have played a lot more than some of the England players. Poor delivery from Moeen Ali, and it's easy for Sangakkara. And that, to me, is the difference. Whenever they get a bad ball, it's not about trying to hit it too hard. 109 for 2. Tara start his second over. So, Nick, you're in control of England. I've just appointed you coach of England. What can you do from now?
Just imagine that.
Well, I think it'd be good with the experience you have. Not Peter Moore's, I'm not saying that, but if you were in control, what can you do from now to Wednesday?
There's only so much you can do in that period. How long have you got? I mean, they're just, when they bat, it's just small little differences you can make. I mean, I talked about Matthews having the fielders up. You can just, at no point did the keeper, when the seamers bowled for Sri Lanka, at no point did the keeper have to go up to the stumps, because no England batsman ever ventured out of this. They're very static, very orthodox players. And then you compare with what you see here. They're using the crease both forward and back. They're out of the crease. They use the angles. They change it. And all that's putting pressure on you bowlers. And that's when you get your 4-ball, because you're under pressure. Prasad and Pereira, all they did was just bowl length. And they were allowed to just bowl length because England just sat there and let them do it. And so what I do is try and change the attitude slightly. But it's not going to happen overnight. It's something that's going to happen over a period of time.
Just one away here, Sangakkara, from his 2000th run here at this ground in Colombo. There it is. Beautiful shot. Will pick up 2 and he'll go past 2,000 runs. Average of 40.84. 200s as well at this ground, just at this ground in Colombo.
And he hasn't wasted this opportunity. Remember, he missed out in the first game. And Ali bowled a beauty, didn't he? Remember that? He just held off the surface and got him LBW. What he's done here is absolutely in no hurry whatsoever. The run rate's just not a problem, so he's just almost having a net, really. Just making sure he's got some runs out of this game. 6 from the over, 115 for 2.
Well, 6 bowlers for Alistair Cook's England side. A wicket for Finn early on, and also Moeen Ali. Moeen Ali, who will start his 7th over, 1 for 34, a little bit expensive. Spin there, we know there's been spin all day. Bit flatter this, isn't it, Nick?
All the pace he's been bowling in Test match cricket, isn't it? Watching him emerge as a Test match bowler in the summer. His speed's got more and more. I do think at this format he'll just need to vary it a little bit more. But he's still learning his trade. He's an excellent young cricketer. He really is. That's better. It's, just constantly mix it up.
Well, in Australia, will he be the #1 spinner if Treadwell doesn't play?
I think he'll be a spinner. The question I think for them is, do they play 2 spinners? I think the way he's batted in Test cricket and one-day cricket now with the wonderful 100 in the first game, assuming he continues his form through this series, you'd say he's a starter in the 11. So where are you going to bat him? Well, they want to bat him at the top of the order. So the decision is, do they include Treadwell? We'll have to wait and see on that one.
Beautiful shot. Have to hit it too hard, just chipped it straight back over Moeen Ali's head. Simple. Played well though, haven't they, Sri Lanka? I know we're analysing England and perhaps their failures, but they've come back into a series when they've lost so heavily in India. Yes, they're on their home soil, but disciplines, they've done everything right. $119 for 2. So leading run scorers at 1 the internationals here in Colombo. Sanjay Surya is top, 71 matches, 2,514. Both batsmen who are now at the crease. Also Tilakratne, Dilshan. But just have a look at Sachin Tendulkar. 1,000 runs in just 27 matches.
Our director's in our ear at the moment. He's just saying you're number 11. They haven't got room on the graphic.
Oh, I was the bowler. That's what he was saying. Well, the Warwickshire man's back, Chris Wokes. And the lights are coming on here in Colombo. Starting to get a bit darker. And that's been the problem. That, to me, has been the problem in the first two games. As soon as Alistair Cook has thrown the ball to a new bowler, it's simple. He's saying there may be a little bit of reverse swing, but leg side, straight away get off strike. And what we didn't see and we haven't seen up to now with Sri Lanka is as soon as Angelo Matthews has thrown the ball to a spinner or a seamer, whether it's been himself, Prasad, Mendes, Herrera's, whoever it's been, bang on the money.
We've seen as well, haven't we? Pereira and Matthews, and that will bode well for the World Cup if they can keep the squad together. Then of course you add Malinga to that. If he can get fit, it becomes quite a good pace attack, doesn't it, with all the spin options that they'll have available, which is what my point to you earlier really. Never write off Sri Lanka, never. We go to a world tournament, global tournament. Of course, these two sides will play against each other in the World Cup. Same group.
Our 10 viewers won't remember your dancing and fashion advice this summer. Big 2020 finals day, and you're strutting your stuff, weren't you, Nick?
We were Rolling Stones, weren't we?
I'm not sure you were Rolling Stones.
Well, I was trying to be. I don't know which one I was, but we had a great day, didn't we? We got all dressed up. Bumble was Mick, I think, wasn't he?
I think the crowd throughout the day has generally just got bigger and bigger. I think they're anticipating another Sri Lankan win, enjoy themselves, of noise. Be dancing in the streets tonight. 2-0 up in the series. I haven't seen that too often. Good delivery to finish that over, 120 for 2. So the match summary, Sri Lanka just needs 66 more runs from 108 deliveries. It's a change in the bowling attack for England. He's tried to swap and change it to Alistair Cook to try and get England back into a position to win this game. So it's James Treadwell who will try and do that. Nick Knight and myself, we didn't get any wickets. Let's see if the double R's can get some wickets.
Thank you, Cocky. Well, we hope we don't, from a Sri Lankan point of view, of course. But you need to spice this game up. Yes, England needs some wickets. But at 120 for 2, now Treadwell going round the wicket. How much of hope does England really have of getting back into this game right now?
Not much, as I could see, because see, I think both Sangakkara and Mahela Jayawardene are very experienced campaigners. Unless you force indiscretion on them, try and put a lot of pressure, you're not going to get them to play one of those loose shots. And unless you really force them into indiscretion.
I think England lost the plot when they didn't attack them enough. When they were 2 down, when Dilshan got out, one got the feeling that England needed to come hard at Sri Lanka. But, well, I think they allowed a lot of breathing space for Sangakkara and Jayawardene. No real pressure, no real attack. So, Cook's gone off, so Morgan's taken over the side.
So you could see both these players just dealing in singles and knocking the ball into the gaps, which they're doing with the greatest of ease without any risk of losing their wickets. Treadwell has bowled well, but the chances of him picking up a wicket seems to be very remote.
Looks predictable to me, Treadwell, as an off spinner. Tends to bowl the ball that goes with the arm and the off break and nothing else. Of course, there are subtle changes with the pace, but the Sri Lankans haven't really found Treadwell to be difficult. He's contained them, hasn't got wickets. Now, these are the speeds the England spinners have bowled at. Moeen and Treadwell. Jayawardene down to backward square leg. Was the fielder a little bit slow to get off his mark? It's gone for 4. That was Finn. He just dived at the last minute. But Mahela Jayawardene was quite willing to take that risk, take the aerial route, and he gets to 49.
It's a rare occasion where he was tempted to go in the air, and he usually chips a shot like that. And really lucky that it didn't go to hand, but in the end ended up in the boundary. Great attempt, but really didn't get close enough.
126 for 2. .126 for 2, just 60 runs away from victory. Well, Cook is back, but very little in terms of options available to Cook. He's used up all his bowling resources. But as a captain, Ranjit, do you think Cook was attacking enough? Do you think he had the right moves at the right time?
I think he did attack when both Sangakkara and Mahela Jayawardene first came into the crease. At that stage, England had picked up 2 wickets, but both those players, I think they sort of got through that period, which was rather difficult. Another good-looking shot. It was short, just not too much outside off stump, but a little wide enough for Sangakkara. He sort of controlled his shot, hit it in front of a man down in the deep.
Well, they're just starting to cut loose now. Short and wide. Both Sangakkara and Jayawardene were cautious. They took their time. And now, any opportunity presented to them, they're willing to take it. That was short and wide, asking to be hit. Quite easily put away by Sangakkara. Was there a chance? He hit it straight back. Got the feeling it was a chance.
Yes, from the reaction of the bowler, appears to be so. Yes, that was a hit on the half volley, and that was a chance indeed.
Definitely a chance, no doubt. Hit back hard on the follow through. Finn just couldn't get his hands. Once again, more runs. A couple here. Nicely worked away, drifting onto the pads. But Sangakkara and Jayawardene are now looking extremely good. They've taken their time. We can take another look at that drop chance. Hit back firmly. Now look at Finn on his follow through. He had to bend, got both hands, just popped out. He just got his hands around it, but just couldn't hold on.
Yes, Sangakkara on that occasion, just sitting back on the shot. His head was behind. That's why the ball really went in there. Another good delivery. England really will have to regroup after this game and think of new ideas. But I'm sure if Sri Lanka does win this game, it will certainly create a huge amount of interest in this series for the Sri Lankans.
And the selectors should be quite pleased with the fact that some of the decisions they took seem to have paid off, especially the likes of Kusal Pereira, Damik Prasad. That was off an inside edge, but he still get runs. Another couple here. Already got 8 in the over. One more ball to go. So 52 runs needed now, and they got more than 15 overs to get to that. Looking really up against it, Raghu. They haven't got their act together. One thought the first game, at least the batting came through. Wants a single. It is the end of the over. 8 off it. 134 for 2, and it's time for drinks. Sri Lanka cruising 134 for 2, just 52 runs of 96 balls. Mahela Jayawardene and Kumar Sangakkara, they once again got together in a more than useful partnership. They came together with Sri Lanka 2 wickets down, not for many. Now they've added 97 runs, extremely useful runs. They did soak in the pressure, and now they've started to really go after the England bowling. They did play some depth shots, nice cuts, and generally they've been able to get their runs, not with too much of a difficulty against an English attack, sadly not looking too penetrative.
Yeah, I wasn't looking as good as ever. And Sangakkara, after 2 innings without much return, could show his consistency, his hunger for runs. And this is why I think the Sri Lankans want them so much in their team. They are really the backbone, the cog, the treadmill to continue.
That's his 50. Mahela Jayawardene has been having a good run this year. In 2014, he's got his 6th half century, his 76th ODI 50, and he's also got 100, and that was the 100 he got against India. Generally, the Sri Lankan batting have been good in 2014, and that's another look, his 50th run. Well, he will be missed, Ranjit. He's already decided to call it quits with Tests. There's every likelihood that he may not play one-day cricket after the World Cup. Down the track comes Sangakkara, picks the gap, and that's the 100 partnership. That will race away to the boundary. The 15th time Sangakkara and Jayawardene have associated in a 100-run partnership. Came down the pitch, Kumar Sangakkara, and just chipped it in the gap at mid-on. Well, Ganguly and Tendulkar, of course, holds the record for 26 100 partnerships. Gilchrist and Hayden has 16. Greenwich, Haynes and Sangakkara and Jayawardene, they have tied on 15 100-run partnerships.
Yes, apart from the time they came to the crease, these two batsmen really have had no worries at all. There you are, 47 off 65. Sangakkara and Jayawardene, that is 50 off 66. And they've been able to share the strike fairly equally.
He saw him coming, Treadwell, but Jayawardene played it well. He was looking to come down the pitch, and Treadwell fired it. And to Jayawardene's credit, he did extremely well, just chopped it behind point. Good batting by Mahela Jayawardene. It was more like a premeditated shot. He was looking to come down the pitch. Look at Treadwell, fired it in and fired it wide. But Jayawardene, to his credit, he did behind point.
That's a shot which looked to manufacture from virtually nothing and didn't make contact, but he's such an innovative player, Jayawardene. When he's in motion, you can't really stop him. There you are, the last one. That was a bit of a nothing shot.
This time another single. So 9 runs off the over. Sri Lanka 143 for 2. Just 43 runs needed now for Sri Lanka. They got 8 wickets standing. Jayawardene and Sangakkara, the batsman at the wicket. Boaks will continue. England certainly should blame themselves, Ranjit. They won an important toss. They had the option of first use of the pitch, but just couldn't make it happen.
Yes, this really is Sri Lanka's beginning or planned beginning of their campaign towards the World Cup. So they must be quite pleased with the way things are moving for them. And of course, England, we've heard that they've come after a period of hibernation, and one might need to find a few excuses for them. Pulled away. Seem to be in such good touch, both these players now.
And shows why they're so highly regarded and why they're still very important to the Sri Lankan batting lineup. Be it Test cricket, be it one-day cricket. Sangakkara and Jayawardene have tons of experience, knows how to handle situations. I repeat, Ranjit, that 40-odd for 2, if Sri Lanka had lost another wicket and another wicket quickly, England definitely had a chance, had a sniff. But it was just Sangakkara and Jayawardene's experience and the way they handled the situation, the way they took on the bowling, didn't really take too many risks, played risk-free cricket. And now they're looking to expand. That's off the body. Looking to pull. Just didn't connect it, Sangakkara. From round the wicket. Wokes just banging it short. Sangakkara should be disappointed, missing out.
Sangakkara, ball just not coming in as quickly as what he expected. Roshan, I think with Sangakkara and Jayawardene batting the way they are, one would think that with Matthews and Thirimana to follow, Sri Lanka's batting lineup would look very formidable. Pulled away. This time it got nicely across. Good fielding in the deep.
50 to Sangakkara. He's 88th 50 in one-day cricket. In fact, most 50s for one-day cricket has been achieved by Sachin Tendulkar. Kumar Sangakkara is second with 88, with Kallis on 86. He's 8th against England. And what a time this pair is having. As batsmen, they have match work, they've done tremendously well, and run-making has become so easy.
What's your take, Roshan, on the fact that Sangakkara has announced his retirement in all forms of cricket, or beg your pardon, in the after the World Cup, but he's been asked to reconsider?
Well, I personally think that Sri Lanka, for once, is not ready for this retirement. This is my personal opinion. I mean, others may not agree. I know you don't agree, but that's again Sangakkara. He's going to get a boundary, is it? No, just a couple. Single, in fact. Let's not forget when the great Aravinda de Silva, Arjuna Ranatunga went, there were players ready. There was the Jayasuryas, the Atapattus, the Ashan Tilakaratnas, and when they went, there was Sangakkara and Mahela Jayawardene and Dilshan. But my question is, with these two going, Sri Lanka still don't have established young players. So I get the feeling that if they're asked to extend their decision to or extend their run, Sri Lanka need them at least in Test cricket. Sangakkara, if he doesn't want to play one-day cricket, at least in Test cricket, I think Sri Lanka will need him, and they'll have to bat around him. Oh, well played, very well played indeed. Jayawardene just making it look so easy, just nudging it down to third man. It's 148 for 2. It's Treadwell from round the wicket. There goes Jayawardene. His repertoire now coming into play, the full repertoire, that is the reverse sweep, brings up the 150. Mahela Jayawardene is somebody who could play the reverse sweep very effectively. He just split the gap, but did manage to have enough pace in that shot.
Yes, they're doing things at will, but Jayawardene and Sangakkara, and I think there's nothing Alistair Cook nor the other Englishman could do to stop them. Again, looking for the reverse. This is Mahela Jayawardene. The characteristics of the man just keeps on going, looking for the impossible virtually all the time.
Mahela Jayawardene, of course, is somebody who wouldn't mind risks. He's a player who takes risks when he bats, but Sangakkara is so different. Down the wicket he comes, just over mid-off. Couple of bouncers into the boundary. Jayawardene in a hurry. He goes up to 63. He's played himself in, took his time, and now he's quite ready to take on the England bowling.
Wonderful use of the feet. He saw that area behind mid-off's head quite vacant. Just took the aerial route.
Playing in a miss. Looking to just chop it behind point. That was the one that goes with the arm from round the wicket. Treadwell. Jayawardene using the angle. Just not touching it, but was looking to play it fine. That's easy. That is easy for Jayawardene. Short and wide on the back foot. We're making batting look so easy here.
But great servants of the game, and Jayawardene. This is the time one should ask the question, why? Why is he retiring? As opposed to why not? And that's really when players should go at the top.
Well, a big over, 9 runs, 157 for 2. Mahela Jayawardene, what a fantastic innings it has been. Did play the sweep shot quite well, played those touch strokes, and also wasn't afraid to come down the pitch, take on the faster bowlers. And in the end, compiling yet another magnificent half century. At the time when Sri Lanka needed it, Mahela Jayawardene was there. He's concentrated a lot on the leg side, and that's because the English attack was more mid than leg. But generally, he's quite good scoring runs right around the pitch.
It's again that Wagonwheel will show you that he's worked hard for his runs. The boundaries really weren't easy to come by earlier on, but how he settled in, laid the foundation, and now he's in a position to just break free.
There's 29 more runs for Sri Lanka. They've got 13 overs remaining. Harry Gurney is back. England certainly having very few options. 4 overs, none for 12 for Harry Gurney. He'll come round the wicket. That's how easy batting has been for this pair. Just scoring runs at will. And the thing about this partnership has been, Ranjit, they've been able to get runs everywhere and anywhere they wanted. England haven't been able to plug those holes. And that has made this partnership all the more important for Sri Lanka, because they took their time and now they're starting to dominate.
Yes, once the hardness of the ball sort of wore off, England has been rather listless. They've not been able to create any impact on the Sri Lankan batting, and it has been both these players that have looked so solid.
Sangakkara on strike. They're getting there quickly. Just 28 more runs now for Sri Lanka. 2 men on the leg side catching. Gurney from over the wicket, looking to try and angle it into the left-hander. Oh, easily put away by Sangakkara. We'll be looking for a couple here. And they'll come back for 2. Good running. Very good running indeed. Just a chip. to the right of the man at back foot square leg, and off they went. We're not talking of two youngsters here, but we're talking of two absolutely fit men.
I think that really is the good thing that is taking place in Sri Lankan cricket. The seniors, Jayawardene, Sangakkara, Dilshan. Oh, that's another glorious shot. But didn't get enough on it. Using his feet, looking to go over mid-wicket.
Both Sangakkara and Jayawardene now making their intentions quite clear. Just wanted to finish it off. Now just 25 runs off 75 balls. Where do England go from here in the series now, Ranjit? We did see England chasing down or attempting to chase a target built around two major innings from Bopara and Moeen Ali, but nobody else really firing. That's fine. That's gone fine. Will it go down to the boundary? It does. Gurney just straying down the leg side, and Jayawardene helping it on its way. Sri Lanka gets closer now. 21 more runs.
Suddenly a flood of boundaries seem to be coming Sri Lanka's way. Jayawardene looking exceedingly good. Yes, Roshan, about the question about where England should go from now. I would reckon that some of the pitches that England would encounter in the rest of the ODIs, the 5 left, might be more conducive to the quicker bowlers. Pallekele, for instance.
Oh, easy. That's easy. That's gone. He's gone for 6. Easy as you like from Mahela Jayawardene. That's the first 6 of the match. He made it look just so easy.
The timing was absolutely exquisite. Didn't hit it hard, but again, it hit the sweet spot of the blade and went right over. There's nothing that the English bowlers could offer now. Jayawardene looking to finish this off as early as possible.
This is a big over. Already 14 runs. They got 15 to win. This is now the best over. Oh, that's going to be more runs. They're still not finished. They'll come back for 2. So 16 runs coming off that over from Harry Gurney. The 173 for 2.
Runs coming in all directions, that would give you an indication. That last one, plenty of it. And joining me in the commentary box is Russell Arnold.
Doing it in style, Sri Lanka. What a partnership. Came together with a little bit of pressure on Sri Lanka. Tilakratne Dilshan dismissed at 37. They put on 136 runs. Sangakkara working very hard for his runs. Jayawardene, of course, the more fluent of the two. But nevertheless, this innings will give Sangakkara great pleasure. The dirty runs you score when you really work hard, when you're not in form. Hits the gap. Finn will just have to pick it up.
Just going through the motions, I would reckon. But Sangakkara, this is just the way he does play. He came into this game without much form. But just look at him as if he's just forgotten the past, using his feet and that's taking on the England bowlers.
The longer you spend out there, the much better you feel. That's what you see with Sangakkara's stroke play. Yeah, when you work hard, you're struggling, you're not finding your timing, and yet get those runs, it gives you immense pleasure. Over the top again.
Methodical, precise hitting. And this scoreboard is mounting. Sangakkara racing Jayawardene to catch up on him. Again, 5 years at the feet, this time through the onside.
Well, he probably won't catch up. There's only 5 runs are required. It's 182 for 2. Lanka requiring 186. Now doing it easy. Wasn't as easy earlier in the innings, but the 2 experienced men absorbed pressure initially. Now seem to be taking Sri Lanka home. Many balls to spare. It's been a much stronger performance today. Confidence was high with Sri Lanka ticking off lots of boxes the first ODI, but today they will take great pleasure because they built on the confidence, becoming stronger, more belief in their team and skills. That's it. It's 2-0 to Sri Lanka.
Another fine innings by Sangakkara, despite his recent failures, the delight of the crowd. And Sri Lanka win by 8 wickets and lead 2-0 in this series. Again, England will have a lot of catching up to do. It's been a listless performance by them, particularly with the bat, and they didn't have enough runs. You have to get runs on the board to win one-day games, unless the wicket's going to help you. So you could see that the Sri Lankans, this pair of Jayawardene and Sangakkara, certainly coming together once again to bring Sri Lanka victory. How often have they done this? So the usual shake of hands, and Sangakkara finishing off. You see that ball hitting the middle of the blade, and Sri Lanka have won convincingly. England, not a good day for them in the office, but they have to regroup. Alistair Cook, he'll have to get his team together and try and remotivate them to try and come up with a much better performance in Hambantota. The crowd absolutely ecstatic about Sri Lanka's performance after that woeful display in India. More handshakes, the customary handshakes after the game, which we see in all these matches, showing great camaraderie between the teams. But England would be disappointed because they won the all-important toss, but their batting really didn't show up, losing wickets at regular intervals. That's the Sri Lankan batting card. They got up for a fine start. They covered a lot of ground, but Dilshan and Kushal Perera went together. But Sangakkara and Jayawardene were unstoppable. They took a little bit of time, but together put up a fine partnership of 149 runs and took Sri Lanka to victory by 8 wickets. The bowling of Finn, Moeen Ali were the wicket takers, but really none of the others were able to help in England's cause. The pitch also wasn't too helpful. And there you are. That's the story of the day. England winning the toss, 185. Bopara making 51. Sri Lanka 186 for 2. Jayawardene and Sangakkara certainly coming to the party. We'll be back soon with the presentation.
One, two, PA check.
Hello and welcome back. Well, it's been a magnificent win by Sri Lanka. They won by 8 wickets with in just 34 overs and 2 balls. Mahela Jayawardene and Kumar Sangakkara getting together once again in another 100 runs partnership. Well, it's the 15th time they did it. And what a performance by Sri Lanka. Well, England should be disappointed by the way they played. They had the best use of the pitch. At least they won the toss. They decided to bat. But they should only blame themselves for this rather poor showing. Well, Dominic Cork with me. Corky, I think you will agree when I say that England got to blame themselves for this poor performance?
Well, I think there's a lot of English supporters, a lot of ex-players, even people who are working down in the trucks who have brought their kit over and are looking for a game. I don't think it was good enough by England. I think there's lots of things they can put right for that third game in Hambantota, but I think we have to give credit. Credit to Sri Lanka. We've talked on air, haven't we, in commentary about, you know, how disappointing it was in India to lose 5-0, certain players not scoring runs. But today, when you watch the class of Dilshan and Pereira up top, and then when the two grace and delightful players of Sangakkara and especially Mahela Jayawardene, he makes it look so easy. And that's what I think frustrates a lot of batsmen around the world, because he just seems to, he times the ball so well. He's got the touch, he's a touch-type player, he plays spin, and when he picks the option to go for the boundary, you know, it's always the right option. You know, he's been a fantastic servant to Sri Lankan cricket, and he'll be missed. When he decides to retire, he will be missed. But I think, you know, when you look at that innings, and hopefully the England batsmen will be able to look at somebody like him and think, well, okay, how can we improve? Well, if you just watch Mahela, you know, I think you can't go any wrong.
No doubt indeed. I think Mahela Jayawardene and Kumar Sangakkara just gave everybody, all of us, the England team, everybody watching, a lesson.
Well, I think, you know, Mahela even more than perhaps Sangha more than Mahela, because of the fact that he hadn't got any runs in his last 3 innings. He got out early, and then all of a sudden he just seemed to up the tempo. He saw Mahela at the other end, he thought, hang on, he's going after it here, I go after it, and that's what makes it so good. The combinations around world cricket at the moment, you know, the likes of Finch and Warner, we're seeing now Mahela and Kumar, you know, they just seem to know when to turn it on, off and on. And I think that's, you know, so important. People will underestimate just how strong Sri Lanka are for this World Cup. I think they're an outside bet, you know, and that's what I think, where they'd want to be. Knowing Marvin Atapatu and playing against him, he'll think, let's go in as underdogs. And if we put in performances like this, I think they'll think, okay, we've got a chance. But on the other side, the changing room along the way, lots of problems, and there's problems right at the top of the order. We saw a fantastic innings in the first one against for Moeen Ali, but Alistair Cook, you know, there's a lot of people questioning whether he should be in the side. He's got massive problems technically. He's not making any difference, and this is an experienced player who has not scored runs. And Alistair Cook now, I think there's got to be a lot of pressure on him.
So you reckon Alistair Cook will be struggling to play in this side come the World Cup for England?
Well, look, I think the ECB have made a decision to, you know, stick with him as captain, and whether it's the right or wrong decision, if that's the way they're going to go, but he's got to do something. He can't just stand on the crease and just expect, you know, to get runs. You know, this was the first one-day international. He'd already had 2 referrals to go, which went in his favour against Angelo Matthews. This was a ball that obviously was from Tilakaratne Dilshan, went on, he didn't refer it, and then this was today. Struggled, couldn't get momentum going, seemed bogged down, had no answers to it, and it's disappointing. Now, I'm an English supporter, and I've heard about this fresh approach, you know, no fear cricket, a braver type of cricketer. Well, that doesn't look brave to me. And then comments came from Ian Bell. Ian Bell is in his 150th one-day international. This isn't somebody who hasn't played a lot of cricket, and again has struggled to know how to put an innings together. You know, everybody in the England side wants to see this man perform and win games for England. That's important. You know, this was a decent delivery, but it's a nothing shot. It's a ball that is just outside off stump, and he just guides it to slip. And again, you can see the intention, but it's the conviction in the shot. There's no conviction there. It's like, okay, I'm going to try and go up and over the top of mid-on a spinning pitch. So you're hitting against the spin. And that's where I think the downfall has been. 2 senior players in Sri Lanka's side win the game. 2 senior players in England's side struggling.
No doubt indeed. England are struggling, and England seem to be struggling particularly against the Sri Lankan spinners, who used quite well, I thought, by Angelo Matthews, quite judiciously. He used all his spinners, opened with Tilakaratne Dilshan, tremendous, I thought, very, very fine decision by Angelo Matthews to come up with Tilakaratne Dilshan when he had Dhammika Prasad up his sleeve. But what about Owen Morgan? Now that's another man who we thought will be a real winner for England. Of course, he's a good player, but he's also having his own problems.
Well, I think the batsmen are struggling, aren't they, all the way through. They've not played cricket for a while, and I hope they don't use that as an excuse. This is from the first day-night game, and you know, Genta Mendes is pushing at a ball and gets an inside edge today again. You know, the ball just sticks in the surface, but it's a nothing shot. I think Owen Morgan's a fantastic cricket player. I think one-day form of the game, he excels. There are problems, but I think when England lose early wickets, it puts that middle order under pressure. And what they're unable to do, like Sri Lanka did today, they're unable to build and take the pressure away. And you see that with the Sri Lankan batsmen. They take pressure off the latter order. So people like Butler and Bopara, you want in the last 15, 10 overs, they're being exposed too early. I'm not writing England off. They're 2-0 down in the series. There's 5 left. What I want to hear, and I'm looking forward to it, is Alistair Cook at the presentation. That's what I want to hear.
All right. Good thoughts by Dominic Cork, no doubt hurting after England's performance. But it's time now to go across and join our presentation. Russell Arnold is out there.
Congratulations to Sri Lanka on a convincing win. They now lead the 7-match series 2-0. Let me take this opportunity to thank some of our official sponsors for the Hero Cup 2014. Hero Motor Corp, Royal Stag Cricket Gear, Huawei Smartphones, Cycle Pure Agarbattis, Technofront ITW, Ten Sport, and Sri Lanka Cricket for organizing the series with England. The presentation party for this evening, Mr. Asanga Seneviratne, Vice President, Sri Lanka Cricket, Mr. Henry Liu, Country Head, Huawei Sri Lanka, Mr. James Whitaker, National Selector, English Cricket Board, and Mr. Lalindra Brahmana, Hero Motor Corporation. Initially, let me invite Alistair Cook to come over here and have a few words with us. Couldn't start off on a strong note, though it was a crucial toss to win, though.
Yeah, we thought it was a good toss to win. I'm not sure whether I made the right decision in the end. You know, I think the pitch probably got a little bit easy to bat on, but that wasn't the total difference between the two sides. You know, Sri Lanka totally outplayed us in all 3 aspects today.
You said the pitch got better. So did you assess it wrong, or could you have assessed it better while batting?
I think we assessed it wrong, probably as a decision-making thing. But you know, that doesn't the result of the toss doesn't always influence the game. It's how you play, and you know, credit to Sri Lanka. They put us under a lot of pressure early by bowling very tightly, and we kept losing wickets.
With your bowling 185 on the board, it's tough to really assess the
It is, you know, you end up having to try stuff. You end up, you have to build pressure, but you also got to keep fielders up, and that gives obviously class players like Sanger and Mahalia the chance to hit boundaries. You know, if you put the field back as much, and they'll just milk you all day. So you had to try and make things happen. Try a few things. We did that. You know, a few big shots which just missed fielders, or just couldn't quite get that breakthrough. But they played really well, and you know, 30 for 2, you had a chance. But obviously, those 2 are an absolute class, and they took the game away.
Change of venue now. The focus for England after the drive down to Hambantota, would it be on the personnel or the approach?
No, I mean, it's obviously been a tough few days. You know, we haven't had any practice time with the rain as well, so things haven't quite fallen for us. You know, we've had obviously both sides had a lot to deal with the last couple of days. It'd be good to get out of Colombo and start again. Get some good, nothing wrong with Colombo, but as a fresh start for us. And we can, you know, we've got some really good players on the team. Obviously, we've had a tough couple of days here, and credit to Sri Lanka for that. But you know, 7-match series, we can bounce back, and we've got to get back to playing well.
You have to do it fast, though. Good luck.
Thanks. Cheers.
Now it's my pleasure to invite Angelo Matthews. You said you ticked the boxes in the last game. How do you feel after this win?
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, the bowlers set the tone for us. They were brilliant up front. Dilshan was brilliant. All the bowlers chipped in, and they set the tone for us. And Mahela and Sangha showed us how to bat on those wickets.
You opened with Tilakaratne Dilshan. Was that to do with the conditions or with the English batsmen?
No, it was something to do with the conditions. It was dry and it was playing a bit slow. So I thought might as well open with Dilshan because the two left-handers also, and Moeen Ali likes the faster bowlers. So I thought of opening with Dilshan.
And you seem to be making lots of decisions right. Each time you made a change, you were able to pick up wickets and hence pressure.
No, I mean I keep changing my bowlers because all the bowlers are really good and they've come to the groove and they're performing to their best. So that's what a captain expect, and they were brilliant today.
Yeah, outstanding, Dhammika Prasad as well. What about your fielding? It's picked up by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, picked up a little bit in the last two games. I thought from the Indian series we were pretty poor, but picked up a little bit, and we still can improve.
Good luck for the rest of the games. Please go over as Mr. Liu has a check for you, US dollars 2,000. And don't go away because there's a phone to be picked up as well, a Huawei M7 smartphone. It will be presented by Mr. Asanga Seniviratne and Mr. Whitaker jointly. Today's man of the match, he'll receive a check for US dollars 1,500. The hero of the match, Mahela Jayawardene. The check will be presented by Mr. Lalindra Brahmana. Well played in the end. You did it easy, but it wasn't as easy as it looked.
No, it wasn't. I mean, 180 always going to be a tricky score. It's just that when we lost a couple of wickets early, needed to make sure we still bat positively, get that period out of the way. I thought Kumar and I batted for about good 10-15 overs very cautiously, make sure that we don't get into trouble. And once we assessed the conditions, the pace of the wicket, the boundaries came along, and we just needed to make sure we finished the game off.
What sort of a score do you think would have challenged you guys?
Well, I think anything around about 220, 240 would have been a challenging total. 5.5, 6 runs and over. You had to keep wickets in hand. The wicket did slow down a bit. It was too pace, but it's all about handling those situations well. I thought up front we bowled really well, picking up early wickets. We controlled the innings, and with the bat as well, we managed to control things. So all in all, very good day.
The Indian series now feels like it was a long time ago.
Well, that's how the game goes. We have to put our hand up and say we didn't play good cricket in India. They were playing some really good cricket. We were not up to the standards, but once we came here, we had a chat. It's our conditions. We needed to make sure we tick all boxes, and we're doing that. And as long as we keep improving, getting confidence out of the series is the most important thing.
And also trying to get more performances out of the youngsters as well.
Yeah, I think, limited opportunities for them, but the bowlers have put their hand up and done well. And then the batters as well. The last game, everyone batted really well. So 7 matches is a long series. They'll get their opportunities and make sure that they're calm and collective and capitalize on that.
And also, it's important to build on these wins. You mentioned 5 more games to go.
Winning's a good habit to have, and after those 5 losses, it's good to be back, doing things right. On the field, we look very sharp. I think that's something that we lacked in India, and as long as we can improve on that, they'll be very happy.
Well played today. We thoroughly enjoyed watching you.
Thanks, man. Cheers.
So today's hero of the match, Mahela Jayawardene, taking Sri Lanka home. Now there's going to be a change of venue. The third ODI starts in a few days down in Hambantota. That's it from down here.
Well, thank you, Russell. Well, no doubt Alistair Cook not happy, but Mahela Jayawardene and Angelo Matthews, why not? But then one question, Corky, that we should have asked, or we didn't get an answer, was where will Cook and Bell be come the next few games in the England side?
Well, Cook will be captain opening the innings, and Ian Bell will be number 3. I think that's simple. I think they're sticking with the formula at the moment. I think one thing I picked up from Mahela there, it was the fact they were sharper in all aspects. It's not about sometimes performance isn't always there. You can't always, as a cricket player, turn up, take 5 wickets, get 100. But what you can do is you can turn up with intent, you can turn up with desire and passion, and I think England can just up that. So, you know, it's a long trip, 5 hours down to Hambantota. I hope they can, you know, think about how they're going to put in a better performance, because if they don't, they'll go 3-0 down.
Thank you very much, Koki. Thanks for your time. Indeed, yes, England will have to do a lot of thinking as they go over to the next game, which will be at Hambantota. It is a day-night game starting on the 3rd of December. We will be on air at 2:15 local time, so you can join us. But for the moment, we thank you very much for being in our company, and we hope you enjoyed the second one-day match between Sri Lanka and England. Until we see you again, it's goodbye from all of us.
What a beauty. That's it. Gone. That was wonderful cricket. It's got him. Nick that.
Hello and welcome to the highlights. It's the second one-day match between Sri Lanka and England for the Hero Cup, played at the R. Premadasa International Stadium. As you know, Sri Lanka are leading the series and England trying hard to come back into the series. It's a long series, so it's important that England don't just continue losing, but they had to win this game. But Sri Lanka, on the other hand, wanted yet another win in this second match of the 7-match ODI series. Let's take a look at the pitch. Well, we are using the same pitch that was played, or that was used for the first one-day international, and it looked a little bit brown and also dry. Well, Angelo Matthews did spin the coin, but Alistair Cook won the toss in a 45-over match due to some rain that came about. And those are the look of the team. Sri Lanka unchanged. While England had one change, they did bring in the fast bowler Finn and leaving out all-rounder Ben Stokes. So it's time to start the play with the Sri Lankan openers ready to come out. Let's go across and join our first commentators in the box, Ranjit Fernando and Raslane. Well, that's a disappointing performance by England. Just 185 runs and not batting out the 45 overs. Ravi Bopara yet again the hero for England, coming up with another half century, making 51. And Joe Root chipping in with 42. Cook at the top of the order, made 22. But the rest of the batting really not coming through for Sri Lanka. Quite a few bowlers tried. Ajantha Mendes, 3 for 33. Tilakaratne Dilshan opened the bowling at 2 for 32. And Dhammika Prasad, just 4 overs and 2 for 16. Well, that's not a very frightening target for Sri Lanka. Just 4.13 runs an over. It's a 45-over match, and 186 runs is all what they have to get. It's time for a break, and when you come back, it will be the Sri Lankan reply. Well, that's a convincing reply by Sri Lanka with more than 10 overs to spare. And look at Sangakkara and Jayawardene. Yet another 100 runs partnership for the 15th time in their respective careers coming together for Sri Lanka. Dilshan made a quick fire 26. Kusal Pereira missing out for 9. England bowling disappointing. Just a wicket to Finn and a wicket to Moeen Ali. Rest of the bowlers tried hard but just did not have the penetration to try and bother the Sri Lankan batting. That's the look at the match summary. Sri Lanka winning quite easily. I think we'll have to do it again. Sorry. Just the match summary, is it? From the start? Oh my God. Just the batting card. Okay, all right. I thought we had to go, I thought we were going right up to the top. Okay, right. Well, that's a convincing reply by Sri Lanka. 186 for 2. Sangakkara and Mahela Jayawardene joining together in yet another century partnership, the 15th time in their career. Sangakkara 67, Jayawardene 77 not out. Dilshan a quick fire 26. With no joy for the England bowlers. Steve Finn back did have a wicket and a wicket to Moeen Ali, but the rest of the bowling rather poor. So that's how the match ended. England made 185 in 43 overs and Sri Lanka a convincing reply, 186 for 2, winning by 8 wickets. Mahela Jayawardene, for his outstanding contribution with the bat, was the man of the match. So we hope you enjoyed the highlights. We'll see you again very soon. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us.
And is this straight, then 2 questions straight down? Yeah, okay, well I'll just go more central. Yeah. It's a 2-way first thing, and then straight down last thing. Who's coming? Russell. Oh. Russell's coming here, so we're doing like a little cross. Russell is here now, and then I'm doing a little...
Are we supposed to listen to someone?
No, you don't have to listen. If Lynchy tells me, I'll just a news cross. You've got the questions, so you don't need ears. You don't want them. I can hear Lynchy.
No, I put my wire.
Just want 2 minutes, 2.5 max. Okay. How many questions have we got? 6?
This is for you.
Oh yeah.
This is cork.
What the hell was that? It hit me underneath there then.
You want this one? I have not.
Coming in on a 2-shot, yeah? Right, okay. He can't hear you, but I can. Right, whenever you're ready, mate.
Right, ready, let's go.
You start. Whenever you're ready. So you're starting, you're answering me the questions.
Am I asking you the
yeah.
questions? Is that what?
Yeah. Hang on. You're asking me the questions.
I thought we were both answering.
No. You're. Russell hasn't got any ears in.
Okay.
Would you best? Do you want to put some
I'll
ears
put the
in?
ears on. So it's me interviewing you.
Well, yes, I think so. Yeah. You can join in at times. So, you know, it's, what have you seen in these first two internationals? I'll have a go at England. I'll say, but for you, Sri Lanka, they're flying. And then you can say, yeah, okay. Sri Lankan positives, and you want to ask me about whatever.
Volume is okay, and you want to be increased or decreased?
I can't hear anyone. All right, okay. Yeah.
Didn't she?
Yeah, Dominic, shall we start? Can you
push in on the two? Not very well.
Not very well. Not very
Can't
well.
hear you now. I can hear you.
Now I can hear you. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, well, look.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks for joining us, Dominic. We've had 2 ODIs. What's your assessment of the 2 teams?
Well, it's a poor assessment for England. You know, they've come here not with a lot of cricket, with expectation, playing a little bit braver cricket, really trying to push themselves in their build-up to the World Cup. They simply haven't been good enough. All 3 facets of the game, batting, bowling and fielding. I'm sure that England, after the first 2, will want to get out of Colombo and down to Hambantota. But for me, you know, when you look at a Sri Lankan side who's come off a 5-0 drubbing in India, England will have to try and do the same. But for your Sri Lankans, I don't think it can get any better, can it?
It certainly can get better because Lasith Malinga is not here. The players who are playing out there are focusing on different roles. So if he is fit, it can only get better for Sri Lanka. But the confidence levels are high. The fielding has picked up. The senior players are leading the way. Angelo Matthews' form is helping him make better decisions out there. It's just about the bowling, getting the combination right, which are positives for Sri Lanka.
But for me, when we're criticising Bell and Cook, you look at Mahela and Kumar Sangakkara, the senior players, today especially, they just looked at ease. England had no answers for them, and that, I think, is the difference. You just throw in, obviously, the odd performance from Dilshan as well, the odd performance when, obviously, Malinga comes back in. People will underestimate Sri Lanka in New Zealand and Australia, but I think they've got an outside bet.
I agree with you, Corky, because I feel Sri Lanka will be a threat. They'll come out there playing better cricket. But what about England? Any positives that you see?
Well, obviously Moeen Ali's big 100 in that first one-day international. I thought Ravi Bopara has played well twice now. I think he really needs to, you know, perhaps get himself up the order. I'd like to see Hales and Taylor in the side, but I don't think it'll happen in Hambantota. I think they've just got to go out and try and just put a performance in. I just don't see it.
But with the fast bowlers, Anderson and Broad are there to come back, so there's not a lot of concern there. Cook's form is an issue, but looking forward to what can England do different to put pressure on Sri Lanka?
I've looked at the average scores, last 3 at one-day internationals at Hambantota. It seems like it's a high-scoring ground. England, you know, if they win the toss, get some runs on the board. You know, that's the main thing. Get runs on the board and put Sri Lanka under pressure and take wickets early. Put them under pressure, take wickets early. Me and you know, having played the game, if you put the opening partnership under pressure, stop them scoring, you take wickets. If England do that, they may have a chance.
You have to start strong, and there's an art of scoring runs in Sri Lanka as well. It's not about hitting every ball out of the park. Thanks, Dominic, for your time, and hopefully England bounce back in the 3rd ODI.
I hope so. Right, you're gone.
Cheers, guys.
You are alone?
I'm alone. Do you want me to go on that one? Which one do you want me to go?
Hold, Karo, please.
Hang on, mate. You can stand here if you want. Am I talking to you like you're interviewing? So I'm not going down the barrel. Okay?
I'm going there.
You don't really need ears though, do I? No, you don't need. I don't need ears. Leave them off. I don't need them. I don't need them.
Yeah. You don't need them?
No, no.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Producer, इधर ही है. Are you ready, sir? पता है मेरे को छोड़ एकदम कह
So how big a loss is it for how big a loss is it for cricket when the news passes away? How big a loss is it?
Well, obviously it's tragic news when you find out that a fellow cricket player unfortunately lost his life on a cricket pitch. Massive news for the world of sport, and it's probably one of the biggest losses we've had in the game. You don't actually...
Again.
Right, go.
One, two, three.
Yeah, ready?
Ready?
Ready.
How big a loss is it for cricket losing Phil Hughes at such a young age, prodigious talent?
Well, obviously it was tragic news once you hear that a fellow cricketer unfortunately lost his life on a cricket field. It's probably one of the biggest losses that we've had within our sport. You don't see it. It is a tragic accident. And I think everybody's felt it around the world. You can just see the outpour of emotions, all the way around, not just cricket lovers, but sport lovers and anybody who's, lost somebody tragically. It brings back horrific memories. You just hope that they were able to get through it. I'm sure they will. Sport has to carry on. I know that the test match between Australia and India has been postponed. But the players will be able to get on just in memory of Phil Hughes and also the family. I'm sure they'll want cricket to go ahead and put on a great show for him once they start that test series.
Your memories of him, how prodigious a talent was he? Racked up centuries at the domestic level, started with a bang in the test arena. Your memories and how prodigious talent he was?
Well, I think when you see somebody as young as Phil Hughes, when he came into the Australian side, became the youngest man at the age of 20 to score back-to-back centuries in a test match. You saw how he went around playing his cricket. I was fortunate to play in the same side. I captained him in 2010 in Hampshire, and when he came in the changing room, he breathed life in there. We had a lot of younger players, and even though he was at the age of 20, 21 then, he seemed to have a lot of experience. He wanted to go about practicing hard, play hard. He wasn't going through the greatest times technically, but you couldn't see that. He was like a swan on the outside. He'd look confident, but he's probably flapping away underneath. He'll be missed. For a player, but also what he brought within a side. And you just hope that sometime that you'll be able to have somebody like that back in your side. Well, I think there'll be a lot of people who'll find it hard who witnessed the event at the SCG. And Sean Abbott, the man who delivered the ball, it's very tough for him. I'm pleased to hear that he's getting quite a lot of counselling. He probably might need that. You never go out as a bowler to intentionally injure somebody, and when this sort of event happens, I'm sure it's hit him hard. He will get over it. He'll have to get over it because it's not like he went out there to do it on purpose. And I'm sure he'll have a lot of people around him, a lot of his teammates, but also a lot of Philip Hughes' teammates who will talk to him and get him through it. He might need a long time out of the game, but there's one thing. I'm sure that Philip would want him to, come out and bowl. Knowing Phil Hughes, he'd want him to, again, represent his natural country, Australia, and I wish him all the best. And I wish everybody associated with Philip Hughes and send, obviously, deepest sympathies to his family and his friends.
Thanks so much.
Done, Lynchy.